Hello, Ben. Hello, David. How
We're
are
Hello.
we?
back.
We are back.
Yeah.
This is almost becoming routine, isn't it?
It almost is.
Oh my gosh, guys. This is a big show. Like
Big.
it's kind of wore me out. We can't do shows like this all the time or it will become undoable pretty quickly. But we have a special guest waiting. I say we go ahead and maybe bring him in, but I
Do
want
it.
to do so with a little video clip that I would like to play whenever we have a guest.
Da-da-da-da-da. I am your singing telegram.
There he is. When my brother and I saw Clue on home video for the first time, we rewound that tape over and over and over again to watch that singing telegram girl die because we just lost our shit. Like 20 times in a row, seriously. It was still funny the 20th time as much as it was the first. I don't know, we were disturbed children or something. But Arthur Cullipher's here. For those who don't know who Arthur is, Dave and I have been friends with him for many, 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 many years. I think I met you in 2000-ish
Ish. Yep.
because you responded to a call for help that we needed making movies. A Boy in the
House of
Making,
Hope.
House of Hope
House of
back
Hope.
in those days.
Yep.
And Arthur, my goodness, he makes toys, he makes dolls, he makes music, he makes art of all kinds, he makes movies, he writes, he's a very good writer, he's a hell of a good actor. Like, he doesn't get to do enough acting because he's really damn good. If you've not seen The Bad Man, he's one of the best parts about The Bad Man, so see The Bad Man for Arthur, if for nothing else. But the thing that he and I worked on that's probably the most of us together might be Headless. Arthur directed Headless, and I helped produce it along with Kara Erdell. And David actually did a lot of the effects work on that movie, too.
I did.
So Ben was the only one left out of that one because we didn't know you yet, Ben. But Arthur, tell us how you're doing.
I've been doing all right. Had to move down to Florida to take care of my mother, and it's limited some of my abilities to do some of the things that I used to do. But I've moved into some more solitary practices, like the music, Spindlebone, and trying to create videos and things for that, and focusing on the doll making and strange tchotchke creating.
I wish you had a picture of one of the, or do you have one of the dolls so people can see? Because when you say doll making, I'm afraid
Oh yeah, we
They're not
should
getting
show
the
them
right-
one, Arthur.
you're not getting the right impression. I don't
Get
think.
that creepy one in the back there.
That's bigger than a doll. That's
She is actually the front person for Spindlebone. That is Yantry back there. And I make things like, this is Nephestus Hornswoggle. He's a crazy little creature. And this guy is Grinstead,
I remember them.
And this is Mr. Magnolia, who sells Mr. Magnolia's magical hoodoo pods or something. Anyway, I moved back down here and found a whole lot of magnolia seeds all over, or pods all over the place. So I was like, I'm gonna stick some eyes in that and
Looks
give
cool.
it a leisure suit and a vest or something.
Yeah, so
Arthur,
these
do you
are not like American Girl dolls.
Not like American Girl, mostly.
Arthur, do you know Matt Coulson? He's in the audience right now, and he's
I
saying
do.
Spindlebone.
Yeah, dude. Matt Coulson actually runs Posalute Ridiculi on Twitch, and that's where most of Spindlebone has premiered. He does a DJ set Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and he's a pretty cool guy. I've known him for longer than I've known you guys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Somebody's
Damn.
giving a
We have to give up the throne.
somebody's giving a shout out to Wasco.
Oh, nice. Wasco.
Oh,
Wasco.
Robert Alvarez is in the audience again tonight. Hi, Robert. Hope you're doing well. Robert is a really good friend of Brian down in Atlanta, and he helped us on Gush, and he likes Wasco. So
And,
Not everybody does.
and Daisy 74 is a Spittlebone fan, apparently.
Yes, indeed.
The
That's
Legend of
Siren's
Wasco is another movie that Arthur and I did together. We got a nice payday for that one. We were for hire, but my God, if someone ever offers you not really enough money to make a movie with like 3 months, like write it, produce it, edit it, and deliver it in 3 months, don't do it because it's you can't win.
That was a real weird thing, though, because they were like, okay, we're going to hire you because you just made one of the goriest movies ever made, but we don't really want gore. And then we made it, and then they were like, well, but was there gore?
Yeah.
So, anyway.
They wanted to have their cake and eat it too.
It's got a fan base, even still, like Robert. So
everything has a fan base, I guess.
Every movie is somebody's favorite movie. You know?
I like parts of it, to be fair. I do like parts of it, but I don't like the whole thing. And it's no one's fault other than just time.
Yeah.
You can't do things that quick. But anyway, Arthur's our guest. Arthur's a big fan of movies. I lived with Arthur for a number of years, and we used to sit on the patio while Arthur smoked. I don't smoke, so I got a lot of contact buzz, if you know what I mean, having conversations with Arthur and some of our mutual friends, and we would just talk for hours and hours about movies, and we haven't done that for several years now. So I thought this would be a really good night to bring Arthur on the show because 1980, full of movies. Full of them. Like, we're going to go through 120 to 130 movies tonight. We're just going to see the poster for most of them because we can't talk about all of them. But we are going to go into detail on the ones that strike our fancy. And I see the chat coming alive, guys. Thanks a lot for chatting. If you chat, we'll try and comment on your chats every so often. I'm going to ask David and Ben to keep their eye on. I think David has to do it. Ben, can you access the chat too?
You can see the chat, but I can't star and bring over comments. I don't think.
Okay, so Dave,
I got my eye on it.
All right, yeah, because I might get carried away. Somebody
our
else
engagement's up like 1,000% from last week. So.
13 Inc. says hello all, and I say hello back to you.
Hello.
1980, guys. It was a year. I was 6. No, I started the year at 5 years old. And I think, Arthur, you were 5 years old at the start of 1982, weren't you?
Yeah.
Because we're close to the same age. We're only a few months apart. You're born in June?
Yeah.
I was born in March.
March.
Dave, you were, 28 in 1980?
Fuck you. I was slightly older than you.
Slightly? How much is slightly?
23.
No, I was like 14 or 15.
And Ben was a dirty... Oh, Ben's not here. I need to bring him in again.
Oh, Ben.
Poor Ben. Sorry, Ben.
He wasn't born yet.
He wasn't born yet, so he was delayed.
-11.
Yeah.
-11. A mere dirty fantasy in his father's imagination. But 1980, boy, and going through all the posters that I had to assemble for what everyone's about to see throughout the show tonight, the thing that struck me about 1980 more than anything was how transitional it seemed to be. Because I have something in my mind of what I think a 70s movie is, and then I think we all have an image of what an 80s movie is. But 1980 was really stuck between the two worlds that way. Like, half of the movies seemed very influenced by the film school generation that gave us George Lucas and Steven Spielberg and Brian De Palma and Scorsese and some others. And then half the films that we're about to see tonight, probably the half that very few of us comparatively will remember, are kind of stuck in the old pre-film school generation mode of thinking. So it was a weird time, but I think tonight might be fun, not just for talking about the movies that we remember and like, but also I think if you're going to watch us, you might discover some films you've never heard of that you might want to put on your radar. I did. I found a couple, and I'll point them out when we get to them. What do you guys think about the year 1980? Where were you? How were you? What was life like? Don't all go at first.
Well, you were 14, Dave. What was it like for a 14-year-old in 1980?
Man. I think I was all consumed by Empire Strikes Back at that point. So,
That is fair.
Yeah. I think a lot of these movies that we're going to talk about tonight probably weren't on my radar until I was older.
I have to admit, in 1980, I may have seen 2 or maybe 3 movies in the theater. Empire Strikes Back was certainly one of them. So at that age, it was the only one that mattered.
Blue Lagoon I actually saw that one in the theater in 1980. My mom took me.
Cool.
Nice.
14. Wow. Something tells me 14 and seeing the Blue Lagoon was very different.
Yeah.
Was a good time. Maybe not with your mom. But
maybe not with your mom, though.
Well, Ben can't speak to 1980, I suppose.
No.
It's very surreal, floating through the cosmic void, waiting
That's how I felt
waiting
too.
for my inception.
Well, movies were so different back then. I distinctly remember when I went to see Return of the Jedi 3 years later that I had to sit down and really pay attention because I didn't know if or when I would ever see this movie again. Because back in 1980, home video was out, but it didn't hit the mainstream yet. We didn't have a VCR, and we didn't have cable television yet either. If you were lucky, a show might end up on TV broadcasts on one of the 3 major networks, but like years down the road, years. So if you didn't see it in the theater, you might not ever see it.
Even once VHS really did hit, it was still at least 2 years. 2 years became kind of the standard from the time that it left the theater before it hit home video. It was 2 years for a good while, you know. My dad was kind of an early adopter of VHS. We did have it kind of early, but I'm not sure if it was in 1980 or not, you know.
I bet it was not. If you were rich, you could afford to buy like 16 millimeter films. And I remember before VHS hit, you could buy like reels of Star Wars on like 8 or 16 millimeter, but you couldn't get the whole movie. And I think, Dave, don't you own one of those or something?
Own what?
Didn't you used to own like a reel of 8 or 16 millimeter film from Star Wars?
I did, yeah. It was 5 minutes long and black and white.
Yeah.
That's what we had to deal with before 1980.
And it had no sound.
Oh, fun. So when we talk about movies from 1980, it was truly another time. And just the landscape around movies. And movies were events. They were events. There was a novelization at the grocery store. There were comic book adaptations. There were soundtracks. There were tie-ins at restaurants with fast food chains making glasses for The Empire Strikes Back. I didn't get my Empire Strikes Back glasses out of the cabinet, but I do have a Smurfette glass circa 1982 with me tonight.
That's awesome.
That's where my tea's at.
I have that exact same glass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, why don't we go ahead and start our journey down nostalgia lane, unless you guys want to introduce this whole endeavor in any other way. Any thoughts?
No. I got thoughts, but I want to save them for as the movies come around, you know.
Well, I want to show that Mr. Coulson says his first theater movie was a drive-in double feature of Raiders into Popeye.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
So that's
quite a double feature.
It's kind of a psychotic combination.
Yeah. Have a good time and then think you're about to have a good time and get real bored. No, just kidding. I like Popeye.
Well, 1980. Now, the release dates to these movies, I found conflicting information. So if you know otherwise, forgive us in advance, because trying to find out when some of these movies was released, when 2 or 3 different sources are telling you different things, can be tricky. Also, some of these movies are credited to coming out in 79 or 81, because sometimes a film will premiere at one festival one year, but it won't get a wide release until the following. So give us a little wiggle room with what we're classifying as a 1980 film. In general, I think most of the world discovered these films that we're going through in 1980. January was a slow month. We're going to try and get through January as quickly as possible. The studios used to release all the movies they had no faith in January. That kind of stopped in the late 90s, I think. They started making good movies for January too. But when it came out in January before the late 90s, that meant don't go. It's a piece of crap and the studios know it. If this movie, How to Beat the High Cost of Living, though, is a piece of crap, I have to see it to believe it because it's got Jessica Lange and Jane Curtin in it. And I really adore both of those ladies. So that's on my radar. I got to see that one. And The Black Marble, this sounds like one from the 70s more than the 80s. It's about a show dog trainer in desperate need of money who kidnaps a prized show dog and demands a ransom.
Oh.
So, we also had Cardiac Arrest. A serial killer is plaguing San Francisco, surgically removing the hearts of his victims. Assigned to the case is a weak-stomached homicide detective who investigates the possibility of black market organ transplants.
I can't believe I skipped that to see Empire Strikes Back.
Well, different months. Different months.
Did that have another name?
You never know. You never know.
It's not Visiting Hours, is it?
I couldn't tell you. But I got to say, this synopsis, I could see this being either an exploitation horror movie or like a really gritty, like William Friedkin or Michael Mann movie, you know? I could see it going either way. So I'm kind of intrigued. Haven't seen it, obviously.
Yeah.
Cabo Blanco. In 1948, an assortment of shady characters are searching for Nazi loot sunken off the coast of Peru. Charles Bronson and Jason Robards co-star. Haven't seen that one either.
Nope.
Here's some more that we haven't seen from January of 1980. Windows. A drama thriller about a weird woman played by Talia Shire. Arthur's having a thought.
No,
maybe.
I didn't.
No,
No, it's
It left. It's gone.
it's the Sasha Grey movie that happened later that I.
Oh yeah, you and Sasha.
Yeah.
Well, Talia Shire plays a mousy neighbor with a telescope who's spying on a neighbor or something like that. I don't know. Talia Shire's in it. Heartbeat. This has a big cast, and I've heard of the movie, but I haven't seen it. Nick Nolte, Sissy Spacek, and John Hurd are the three leads. It's about the life and friendship among the Beat generation: Neil Cassidy, Carolyn Cassidy, and Jack Kerouac. Sounds like Oscar bait.
Yeah.
Then we get to Guyana. Now, I think this was a TV movie that came out in 79 that maybe got theatrical release in 80. It's the Jim Jones Jonestown story, but I think there's a deal where anyone who's ever wanted to make a movie about Jim Jones and Jonestown, they can't use the names. They always have to change the names.
Really?
So even though the poster, actually not this poster, but I've seen some other marketing that mentions Jim Jones, the movie itself calls him James Johnson. But if it's about Jonestown, I'm interested because I don't think I've seen a Jonestown type movie that I didn't at least kind of enjoy because that story's just intrinsically fascinating. Godsend. Arthur, have you seen this one?
So I did see it. I saw it a long time ago, and I was trying to remember. I'm pretty sure it's about like a killer baby, but I'm getting it again. I think I'm getting it confused with Demon Seed.
Well, here's what IMDb says. When a strange woman has her baby at the Marlowe's house, then disappears, Kate Marlowe is forced to keep the baby, Bonnie. She loves the child, but when her own children are systematically killed, suspicion turns to Bonnie. So it is about a killer baby.
Yeah. I remember the feeling of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't remember the film.
It's been a while.
Been a while.
Then when we get to February, we have a couple of movies that have withstood the test of time way more than all the ones that came out in January. American Gigolo is one. It's from the writer of Taxi Driver, Paul Schrader. He's the director of American Gigolo, and it stars Mr. Richard Gere. I think this was the movie that made him a star. Was this first like really big movie?
Yeah, probably right before Officer and a Gentleman, I think, right?
Yeah, this is before that, 1 year before.
Yeah.
But he's playing an escort accused of a murder he did not commit.
Yeah. That it's I don't know if I can do spoilers or whatever.
You can if I play the spoiler alert first.
Okay, well, I mean, might as well do it because I don't know if I'm gonna or not.
Oh my gosh, where's our spoiler alert? It's one of my favorite ones. Oh, I can't find it. So spoiler alert!
Spoiler
Spoiler
alert.
alert!
So this scene here, like, so he's doing upper class women, and he's got a pimp named Leon, and he likes like Lauren Hutton and doing different but when Leon starts trying to get him into kinky shit, he gets him with this one older woman, and her husband ends up watching them. And then he does it, but he kind of goes back to Leon's. He's like, "I don't do this to me," And but then the next thing she ends up dead. And I'm trying to remember something like, basically he's being framed. He's being set up for her murder, and potentially by his own pimp and another of the other gigolos, but the one married woman who he was with when the other woman was murdered won't reveal that she was with him because she's married until the end when she finally does. But it's pretty messed up because he's like, I'm just trying to sex up some girls and now I'm accused of murder.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I had a nickel.
It's also interesting to me that 10 years later he would be in Pretty Woman when 10 years prior he was the Pretty Woman.
Yeah, exactly.
The Fog. The Fog is perhaps one of the more enduring movies of 1980, as a lot of mainstream horror movies end up being. Horror has a long shelf life, God bless it. This was one of John Carpenter's films. It stars Adrienne Barbeau, Jamie Lee Curtis, Janet Leigh, Tom Atkins, and John Houseman. And if anyone, Arthur, if you know all the movies Joe Spinell's in, let me know every time we hit a movie Joe Spinell was in. Because I lost count.
Yeah, it's many.
I don't think he's in this one, but he's in a lot of freaking movies. Just little roles. It's like,
Yeah.
how does he end up just with little parts in every movie? Like, how many people did he blow?
I mean, maybe potentially a lot.
This is not one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. I remember thinking
Really?
it was all right, but I like so many of his other movies better. Is this a favorite of any of yours?
Yeah.
Is it The Atmosphere?
It is. Starting off, I mean, it's a ghost story, and then starting off with John Houseman as your storyteller there at the campfire with the kids, is a great start. But then just further on into it, I really love the design of our what we come to find out are leprous. I guess they're sort of presented as like pirates, but I guess they were lepers, But the point is that I love their like backlit, the fog, their silhouettes, and kind of scraggly and glowing eyes. And come on,
I like how it wastes no time. It's creepy within the first like five minutes. Yeah.
And I think it's got a pretty decent story of this priest coming to find out that the progenitors of his church are not the best people, and that somebody is coming to make them pay their dues.
I'm wondering when Jamie Lee Curtis decided she didn't really like horror movies. Because she was in Halloween a few years before this. And then she did this. So it just seems like at a certain point, she didn't ever want to talk about her horror films. She's not like that now. She's turned over a new leaf or something. But there for a while, she didn't want to talk about her horror films. And I'm just wondering at what point that was.
She's killing it in The Bear right now, if you watch that
Really?
series. Yeah.
She's very funny.
Oh, always has been. Yeah.
But
Well,
and
that's-
Tom Atkins, I mean, I'm not.
He was a big this year, too. His name is going to come up a few more times.
I love that dude.
I think a lot of people love that dude. And I can't explain. I can't pretend to know why.
Did anybody see Jamie Lee Curtis in Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
She
my
was-
gosh.
All of her iterations were really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie's something else, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Simon's one that's on my radar because I'm a huge fan of Madeline Kahn. Like,
Yeah.
she's one of the funniest women that ever lived. I was sad when she passed away from cancer in the 90s. And it's also got Alan Arkin as the star, and I like him.
Sure.
It's, according to IMDb, it's about a group of scientists who take Simon, a psychology professor, as a test person for a brainwashing experiment. After that, they try to convince him that he is a being from another planet. I mean,
That
sounds
great.
interesting.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Never
Then
heard.
we have one of Ben's movies.
Yeah.
IMDb is going to say it simpler than Ben will. I'll give you the
Probably,
conch in just a second.
Yeah.
The IMDb synopsis says it's a dramatization of the ascent to Caesar and subsequent reign of Caligula, one of the most notorious leaders of ancient Rome. Ben, it's
Yeah,
yours.
so this is a dramatization of the reign of the third Roman emperor of the Caesar dynasty, and pretty much the moral of the story is absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it was produced by Penthouse Magazine, Bob Guccione of Penthouse Magazine. He wanted to make a film that would rival Citizen Kane, be a historical epic, but still have very strong erotic elements to it. So the whole production was plagued by pretty much the clashing of egos of Guccione with Gore Vidal, the original screenwriter, who he himself was a novelist who wrote incisive critiques of politics and sexuality and things like that. And then they had
He was
him
a
write the
smarty.
script. Yeah, he wrote the script. He was paid $200,000 for it. Then
You even know how much they were paid?
Yeah. Well,
You
that's
really love
important.
this movie, don't you?
It's important because he eventually sued to get his name taken off the film after being paid $200,000 to write the script. But that was because they brought in Tinto Brass, who is a erotic filmmaker of note. He wanted to change a lot of the scripts. Gore Vidal didn't like that. That resulted in them clashing. Bob Guccione clashed with both of them, more or less, and then he butchered the edit by the end of what was a lot of tumultuous filming. And he inserted a bunch of hardcore porn clips that was shot with Penthouse pets.
You said inserted.
Yeah. And the final thing, and it just absolutely shocked the world when this premiered. And it's been kind of notorious ever since. And it's noteworthy because it's essentially, at least when it premiered, it was an X-rated film with A-list actors in it.
Yeah.
Now, in 2020, Penthouse, I don't know who, it's not Guccione anymore, but they commissioned sorry, my screen kind of messed up there for a second. They commissioned a cut based on the original script without all the inserted hardcore and all of the senseless cuts that Guccione made in the editing room. And, since then, I guess Malcolm McDowell has endorsed it as the best version of the film. So, yeah, that one, well, it started in 2020 and then it went quiet after the pandemic. And I actually wrote to them at one point asking if the project was still alive. And they said, yeah, it's still alive. And then sure enough, 2022, 2023, they hit the festival circuit and then they had the home video release. So
Ben,
Home
I'm
video
trying
release.
not to go off on Ben all the time, but man, this isn't the first time that he would contact the people who own the rights to a movie when he's personally just wanting to know what's up with this movie. Is this coming out or not? He doesn't just go to Google and shit. He finds out who's responsible
You'd
and
be
contacts them
surprised.
directly.
if you write just a genuine, succinct email to whatever entity, they'll at least answer with a yes or no or decline.
It seems to work for you.
So, yeah, yeah. I had that one director send me a cut of his film that was all in Cajun French, just because I knew it existed, but I didn't know where to watch it, and he sent me a Vimeo link to watch it. So
I always heard Caligula was such a botched thing, but it seems like in recent years there's a version worth seeing now, and you've told me which one to go and
that's
see.
the 2023 Ultimate Cut, they call it. And,
With this cast, Malcolm McDowell, John Gielgud, Peter O'Toole, Helen Mirren, that's something that I would want to see if I knew that it was actually something with some, integrity.
Yeah, it is. It's. I would say the ultimate cut is art exploitation is the best way to describe it. Where there's a lot of artistic sentiment. It's telling a real story about absolute power corrupting absolutely. Whereas the original cut, it was just disjointed and filled with hardcore like porn, like penetration, oral, everything, just all right out in there. And some people are like, "Well, I guess it fits the
If
theme of
Penthouse is
Caligula."
going to finance your movie,
Yeah.
that's what you're going to
But
get.
yeah, it was wild. So
I rented this movie when I was a teenager from a place called All Star Video because they did not have it in the adult section. They had it with all the other movies, and I thought I was being really sly by slipping that out of there.
yeah, I will say that even the ultimate cut, even though it does away with a lot of the hardcore stuff, it does have some pretty revealing shots of both Malcolm McDowell and Helen Mirren and that. And then there's just people
Miss
walking
Mirren
around
was not shy.
full frontal nudity in the background, even in the ultimate cut. So
I don't remember much about it except for one scene where a guy has got a bow with a like a bow and arrow with a phallus on the end of the arrow, shooting it someplace. That scene stuck with me. I don't really remember the rest of it, but I remember that one.
I see so many comments tonight. I want to thank everybody who's watching and commenting. We've always kind of hoped for that kind of engagement. So we'll keep our eye on the comments and try and bring them up whenever we can. The next movie, Fatso. I take offense to this personally. Although I'm intrigued by this movie because it's written and directed by Anne Bancroft. Dom DeLuise stars as an overweight bachelor who's fat and 40 and fed up to the gills, but when his obese cousin dies at 39, he must finally come to terms with his own weight problems. So this was The Whale before The Whale. And if I see it, I'm probably going to cry. I don't know. So yeah, Fatso hits a little too close to home. Hero at large. Not related. Not related to Fatso, although it could be. John Ritter and Ann Archer star in this one, along with Burt Convy. Remember Burt Convy from Win, Lose, or Draw, the game show? And he was the host on that. That's all I know Burt Convy for, but apparently he did films too. A struggling actor, I bet it's Ritter, a struggling actor buying milk stops a robbery while wearing a superhero uniform promoting a movie. The unknown hero decides to try again. Can he impress his cute neighbor? Okay. Now on television around this time, wasn't the American Hero,
Greatest American Hero? Yeah.
So like
That's
Next
I was getting
Door
confused with that, and also I think right around this time there was a movie called Super Fuzz. It's called something else now, like Super Cop or something like
you know
that.
That might be coming up because it sounds really familiar. Daisy, we miss John Ritter too, man. He was good. Yeah. I don't love a lot of John Ritter movies, but I always like John Ritter in them because he was pretty cool. This next one, The Last Married Couple in America, starred George Segal, who I do really like, especially in the Mike Nichols movie with Virginia Woolf, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. I love him in that, and then later by a few decades in Flirting with Disaster. He's paired with Natalie Wood, and at first I was like, boy, that sounds like a creepy age difference, but I guess in 1980 she was probably a lot closer to his age than I imagine. I just always think of her as young from like Rebel Without a Cause, but people do age. Anyway, they're playing a couple who start to doubt their marriage when all the people around them are separating, because I guess divorce was becoming a headline in the 80s. Prior to the 80s, people stayed married, by and large. Once the 80s came, it was a topic. So that sounds dreary, and as much as I like George Segal, I'll probably never see that movie. Midnight Madness. I did see this one because I like teen comedies.
Is this about a drive-in or about driving?
It's really not about either. Driving more than a drive-in. It's about a college student that launches a scavenger hunt that goes overnight, and there are like 5 teams of teenage young adult characters like looking for clues all over the city. The main character is David Naughton from American Werewolf in London. Yeah. But it's also got Stephen Furst, and it's one of it's one of Michael J. Fox's first movies. He's got a supporting role.
And it's got Eddie Deason.
I think you're right. That sure looks like him in the poster right there. I can't remember that actor's name.
It's Eddie Deason is his name. And he played, he was in Grease
Yep.
and Surf 2. Anyway.
We've got some comments here. I didn't notice if you brought these up the other day, but
I did.
Absolute ridicule?
Absolute ridiculi.
Marty, Ernest Borgnine, I saw that and I remember liking it. Ernest Borgnine's a really good actor. I took him for granted growing up because he was just kind of everywhere, and so I never paid much attention to him. But when you got to see him in a starring role like Marty, you could really see what a great actor he was. And then you started to appreciate all the supporting stuff that he did throughout most of his life as well. Next. Just tell me what you want. Now, this poster doesn't appeal to me, but when I looked this up on IMDb, I saw it was directed by Sidney Lumet, who I like a lot of movies from Sidney Lumet, especially Network and Running on Empty.
Okay.
So it's kind of on my radar now. It stars Ally McGraw, Alan King, and Myrna Loy. I like seeing when Golden Age stars are in movies from the 70s and 80s and like in retirement age. Keenan Wynn and Peter Weller is in this movie too. A married, egotistical, middle-aged corporate CEO and his mistress and protege who wants a more serious commitment and ends up dating a younger man are in a casual love-hate relationship and engage in a battle of wits. I don't know. Could be good.
Yeah. I like
Then,
that.
what else? Was she in Love Story? Is that her? I'm thinking of someone else, aren't I? Ally McGraw. Yeah, the name's familiar. All right, I'm looking for my cruising B-roll because we are going to talk about cruising now. William Friedkin. He did Cruising. I was trying to watch this again this weekend, but I have seen it like within the last year because Arrow just cleaned it up and put it back out on 4K, and it looks gorgeous. It's about a New York police officer who basically goes undercover in the... It's not just the gay subculture in New York, but the S&M, like really hardcore S&M leather stuff. He goes undercover in that community to try and find a serial killer who's killing a bunch of gay guys. And for 1980, this was some bold, bold stuff. And it stars Al Pacino, Paul Sorvino, and Karen Allen from Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was a very controversial movie when it came out because the gay community did not want the world seeing them portrayed this way because cruising is... They go into a bar called the Mine Shaft on Jockstrap night. And like, if you've never seen any other movies with gay characters, and this is your big mainstream movie, you know, Al Pacino, and then you're going to think all gay people are like this. That's why gay people, I think, were nervous about this movie because they didn't want this to be what people saw for the first time ever in a big mainstream movie, and I get that. But now that we're decades removed from that controversy, this movie's a really good American giallo film. Have you guys seen it?
It would almost be a giallo, I think. There's like a lot of like police procedural type, stuff in there that kind of keeps it from that. But yeah, definitely a giallo-esque. It feels that way. Yeah, I remember. I always want to Bell, but I want to say Arthur Bell.
Yeah, that was the critic.
Art Bell.
Not Art Bell, Arthur
Not
Bell.
Art Bell, but Arthur Bell, right.
Yeah.
A little different.
Very different.
Yeah, that was like behind the whole, or, the head of the whole group that was like, don't do this.
Right. Village Voice.
But
he was with them.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, now removed from it, I mean, I think it's so... the atmosphere, the feeling really, really puts you there, even if this isn't something the way that, people want to be presented. I think that I've done a lot of things that I might not want to be presented as either.
Yeah.
But putting you in that sort of scenario and kind of, it gives you a wild, greasy time.
Oh,
You know,
interesting choice of words, Arthur. When I was researching this, well, actually, I don't. Even though we're not giving this one a full review, I was watching some stuff about it today because I just wanted to know some more. I fell into a cruising rabbit hole. I guess that's an interesting choice of words too. But I heard that William Friedkin, very straight man, but he was fascinated by the gay subculture, but he also didn't know very much about it. And so he and his director of photography for Cruising went to the bar, the Mine Shaft, which is a real bar, on jockstrap night. And they wouldn't let them in unless they only wore jockstraps. So William Friedkin and the DP on this film wore jockstraps and went into this bar for research. That counts for something. You get some bonus points for wearing a jockstrap on jockstrap night at the Mine Shaft. And the commentary, I've listened to the commentary from Friedkin, and he says this was what he experienced. So I think if you watch Cruising as this very straight man's naive research, cursory, surface level, one night at the Mine Shaft research, this is what he thought the gay community was like. It's kind of interesting in that respect. Also, I have no doubt there were places like this, and you could experience what you see in this movie on select nights,
Depending on
isolated places, yeah.
yeah. I'm not going to say that necessarily.
Policing your thoughts, Arthur.
I'm going to remind Floridians of the Parliament House. But anyway, I am going to say that I heard the money for this was mafia money.
I've heard William Friedkin has ties.
Had ties, yeah, mafia ties, and that's part of why, like, they weren't, like, they had problems with them showing certain things about the bars and the areas and the locations because the mob was running them. And so, like, they didn't want to show that part of the reason why, they didn't have a place to go or that they were so sequestered was because of, I'm trying to remember all the things, but it was basically like the mob wanted the movie this way.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think the Mine Shaft in particular was owned by people of the persuasion,
Yeah.
the mafia-y type. Yeah. And I think that perhaps Friedkin was beholden to the people.
To them, yeah.
So I do think it's fair to take all the criticism of Cruising into account when you watch it and you review it and assess it. But I think you should try and watch it with an open mind in every way because it's a good film. I mean, I'm not offended by it personally. I find it very interesting, especially the theories about it because the killer, his identity is, if I recall, not really 100% explained who it is in the end. And I know that every time you see him, he's played by a different actor. And they even have different people doing the voice of him. And it's like really voiceover. It sounds just like a Giallo whenever he speaks.
Yeah.
And some people think that Al Pacino is the killer. And they even think that Karen Allen's character doesn't actually exist. That she's just in his imagination.
Huh.
And the next time I watch it, that's the theory I'm going to have in mind to see if it holds any water. Because this is a movie like a lot of Friedkin movies that when it came out, it was not appreciated or it was dismissed. And then decades later, like Sorcerer, like this, it's really discovered. And this movie's really become something that a lot of film people talk about today. So I highly recommend Cruising. I dig it. It's fun. Yeah. Great soundtrack, too. Like punk kind of music. Beautiful looking. Just creepy and eerie. And
nighttime.
Also, man, this movie's got so much interesting backstory. Something else I ran into today when I fell into that little rabbit hole. There's a guy in The Exorcist who plays like a doctor or a morgue worker. I can't remember.
Oh,
and that guy was arrested for killing people.
Yeah.
And I think Friedkin went to visit this guy, and that's what started his interest in this movie.
That's right. It was the radiologist.
Yes.
In the Exorcist.
Yes.
Yeah. and turned it up, and then he went back and actually visited him in jail
Yep.
and talked to him. Yeah.
So it's kind of inspired by real events too. Interesting movie. Interesting movie. But we will go on because we can't afford to stay on every movie that we adore.
Yeah.
Even though we would like to. Cruising probably deserves its own review sometime in the future. Saturn 3.
Oh yeah, Farrah Fawcett.
Yeah.
I never saw this one.
Farrah
Sounds-
Fawcett and Kirk Douglas.
I don't know about that combination.
It's a weird combo.
It's a weird combo.
Yeah, it had some. There was like some like bondage elements to it. Yeah, with a creepy killer robot.
So do you recommend this for me?
I would absolutely watch it. I've seen it, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 times, and it's a solid sci-fi flick.
Yeah.
And it special effects wise, I think it holds up for the time. Maybe it's no Empire Strikes Back, but it holds up pretty well.
Clearly. Spedders I have seen because I went through all the Paul Verhoeven movies. I think I've seen all of them up until the last like 5 or 10 years. He's made a couple I haven't seen. And I thought Spedders was his best movie before he came to America. Spedders is about 3 young Dutch boys who dream of escaping. This is IMDb. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. 3 young Dutch boys who dream of escaping their restrained provincial lives by winning motocross competitions. One of the boys has a real chance of unseating the current champion, played by supporting player Rutger Hauer, who appears in a lot of Paul Verhoeven's movies, while another struggles with his sexual identity in dark ways. And the third tries to win over a young woman who works a French fry truck with her brother. So it's kind of a slice of life, coming of age Dutch movie. And I found it charming. It does have some disturbing parts with the gay character, but I really love Paul Verhoeven, man. I love him because he's not afraid of anything in the human psyche, especially where sexuality is concerned. And some people, especially after Showgirls, they criticize him for being exploitive, but I kind of sometimes think there's a fine line between just being totally open and honest and exploitation. And I think the line's a lot in a different place than a lot of people, because I didn't find Spedders exploitive. Showgirls, sure, that one was, but a lot of his other films I didn't. It reminded me of American Graffiti or like Breaking Away, just in young people experiencing life. I really dug it. On my review side, I think I gave it at least an 8. I love Paul Verhoeven. I love a lot of his movies a lot, so I wanted to give that shout out to Spedders. Spedders is Dutch for attractive young man, by the way. Foxes. Had you guys heard of this one?
Nope.
Adrian Lyne directed it. Adrian Lyne of Fatal Attraction and I'm sorry, Stanley Kubrick, the better version of Lolita. It stars Jodie Foster, Scott Baio, Sally Kellerman, and Randy Quaid. And it's about a group of 4 teenage girls coming of age in the asphalt desert of Los Angeles' San Fernando Valley, arranged with a blazing soundtrack and endless drinking, drugs, and sex.
Sold.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah. I'm totally down. I'm not a big Scott Mayo fan, but
Yeah, I know. Well, his picture's really little on the poster there, if you'll see. So hopefully his part's reduced. But Jodie Foster, Adrian Lyne, Sex in the Valley. Why haven't I heard of this movie? I mean, yeah, she's not chopped liver either.
No, she's not. She played Hot Lips Houlihan the first time around.
I still need to see MASH. It's one of those ones I've never seen.
Scott.
I know.
That's for you.
Oh.
It is.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Leo and Lori, on the other hand, Ralph Mouth from Philly moves to Hollywood with dreams of making it big, amazingly hooks up with a starlet-to-be, loses starlet-to-be, gets back with the starlet-to-be, and then becomes someone. I'm like, is that a description of a movie? Because it doesn't make me want to see it.
So wait, we've got one, I think Robert just said Chachi, right, is in Foxes, and then Ralph Mouth is in fucking Leo and Lori. Nice.
Didn't make that combination. I didn't make that connection. So then we've got some darker horror-y type things. Don't Answer the Phone. IMDb says it's about a deeply disturbed Vietnam veteran terrorizing young women in Los Angeles and taunting a radio psychologist with descriptions of his grisly crimes. Have you seen it, Arthur?
It's one of those inadvisable
Maybe.
action movies that seems like I have, but right now I'm drawing a blank.
When it comes to horror films, Arthur, I would, no offense to any of y'all fellers, he's probably seen more than the rest of us. So I figure if anyone's seen
Remember
it,
or
it's
not.
probably him.
Yeah, I mean, if I saw a couple of minutes of it, I'd be like, or I wouldn't.
Then we have The Ninth Configuration, which I've heard of but didn't really look into much. It's William Peter Blatty from The Exorcist.
Yeah.
He wrote and I think directed this movie. It stars Stacy Keach, and it's also got Jason Miller in it from The Exorcist. It's about an ex-Marine psychiatrist attempting to rehabilitate his patients by indulging in their fantasies and seeking to prove the existence of a loving God to one especially troubled inmate. Meh.
I did not know that's what that was about. I thought for some reason that it was a political thriller.
Well, the poster is a dude's head with a house on top, so
Yeah.
mark it better. Then we have SHE, S-H-E, which stands for Security Hazards Expert. Lavinia Keene, a brilliant American espionage agent, combats the wiles and international criminal and blackmailer Cesar Magnasco. This is like a female James Bond movie. It's got Omar Sharif in it too. The guy that wrote it wrote a lot of the James Bond movies. So to me, I've never heard of it, but I don't want to see a James Bond knockoff. So this one's not high on my radar. March kicks off with a biggin. Coal Miner's Daughter.
So that's the first one. I have a physical release for
Got a
it.
DVD of it.
Yeah.
I love the director, Michael Apted. He did a movie called Over the Edge in the late 70s about a bunch of teenagers in I think it's like a Arizona neighborhood that like go nuts and like lock all their parents in the school and like terrorize the town. Awesome movie. I love Over the Top. He also did Thunderheart, and I'm blanking on some of the other movies he's made, but whenever I look at the movies he's made, I'm like, oh yeah, I like pretty much everything he's done. Coal Miner's Daughter was one of his biggest. It stars Sissy Spacek and Tommy Lee Jones, and it's sort of a fictionalized account of the singer Loretta Lynn's life. Her beginnings, her humble beginnings, and her rise to country stardom in the 60s and 70s. I saw this a few years back. I thought it was sweet. It's a nice little drama. The kind they don't make anymore.
I remember it was, big with my whole family. Really liked that movie a lot, and and it came
It
back
was on TV a lot.
It was on TV a lot. That's just what I was just going to say. Yeah.
Maybe it was
And
just
now,
in the Midwest.
Coal Miner's Daughter.
Yep. Circle of Friends is on my radar. I didn't know about this movie, but I'm a big fan of Brad Davis and Karen Allen. And they're two of the stars. Brad Davis was the star of Midnight Express. He was a gay actor who passed away from HIV at a very young age. And he was also the star of Querelle. So I just found him a very charismatic guy and vulnerable. Shows vulnerability like a lot of male actors are afraid to do. And I don't know why I love Karen Allen other than the fact that she's just fucking cool. She's like the girl next door, Like, I just love her in everything. And Cruising she was in, but she wasn't in it very much. So I don't have a lot to say about her in that movie. But hey, any Karen Allen's good Karen Allen.
That is true.
So, and Shelley Long's in this movie too. So I'm like, well, sometimes I just want to see a movie if it's got enough actors in it that sound interesting. Then Little Darlings. I watched I watched another channel on YouTube, and the guy that hosts it recommended this movie. And I was like, that sounds interesting. I'll give it a whirl because I like coming-of-age movies and sex comedies. This isn't really that much of a sex comedy. It's really more of a genuine coming-of-age movie from a girl's perspective. Tatum O'Neal and Christy McNichol are the big stars. They were both very famous in 1980. Tatum from Paper Moon, she won the Oscar for that. And Christy McNichol was on a big TV show. Do you remember what one? I have a hard time remembering, but it was a big famous sitcom.
What? It wasn't 8 is enough, was it?
I was going to say, was it 8 is enough? I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that was it. But Christy's like the innocent girl, and Tatum's like the quote-unquote slut.
Yeah.
But they kind of switch places. Neither one of them, I don't think, has lost their virginity. And Christy McNichol actually does, and Tatum lies about it. but it's about how they both deal with the reality of that, and it's dealt with very realistically and dramatically, and there are some funny moments and lighthearted moments in the movie, but it's also got some really genuine dramatic moments, and these two young female characters are treated with a lot of respect. And Matt Dillon, who was in Over the Edge that I just mentioned, and he's in a lot of movies in the late 70s, early 80s. He's always good in everything he's in, too. He's like the guy that Christy McNichol loses it to. And you feel for him, even though he's kind of a douche. Like guys that age are. Like, they just are. We all were. So this was a sweet, charming little movie. It's one of the few Vinegar Syndrome Blu-rays that I own, because they don't put out a lot of movies that I like. But I do recommend Little Darlings. It's something that we don't see enough of anymore. Teenage serious dramas.
Christy McNichol was in a show called Family, which I don't remember at all, and then she was in a show called Empty Nest, but that was later in the 80s.
Later.
Oh, that was definitely it.
That's. I was trying to think of what else.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't a sitcom that she was famous for then.
I don't know. I don't remember why she was famous, but I mean, we knew both of these girls. You know what I mean, at the time, and then she was in The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone knows why Christy was famous, let us know in the chat. Then we have Walter Matthau and Julie Andrews in a movie, and you would think that if a movie starring those two came out in 1980, we'd remember it, but I don't remember Little Miss Marker at all. So I'm assuming it sucks, despite having Bob Newhart in it. If anyone's seen that and recommends it, let us know, because I'm surprised I haven't heard of it. Breaker Morant. Bruce Beresford directed this one. Ben, this is historical stuff. And I know how
something I'd like, but I haven't seen it.
Ben gets excited over history.
Yeah.
So whenever it's about history, I have to let him know. Edward Woodward and Jack Thompson star. There are 3 Australian lieutenants that are court-martialed for executing prisoners as a way of deflecting attention from war crimes committed by their superior officers. Doesn't that sound like up your alley, Ben?
Yeah, it's like that Italian film I was trying to get you to watch with me, and you never did.
That's sad. Yeah, man. We're not going to go off on your 50% track record with recommending movies, Ben.
This one looks like it might be World War One as well. I always like finding new World War One movies, but I don't know if that's the case or not.
Then we have Defiance. Jan Michael Vincent from Airwolf is the star of this one. I think he was in Big Wednesday a few years prior. Danny Aiello is also in it, about an out-of-work merchant seaman single-handedly taking a powerful street gang, the Souls, that has been terrorizing his neighborhood on New York City's Lower East Side. Sounds like a direct-to-video type of movie before we had video. Then we have one of the least interesting movies, if you ask me, Nijinsky. The story of Vaslav Nijinsky, who is widely believed to be one of the greatest ballet dancers of all time. Boring.
Madman, animal, God, Nijinsky.
Next to it, James Caan not only stars in, but directed Hide in Plain Sight. A divorced factory worker in 1967 Buffalo fights for custody of his children after his ex-wife marries a low-level mobster who enters the witness protection program, battling with government officials who seem to have little sympathy. Sounds like kind of a drama. Then we have Serial. Serial stars Martin Mull and Tuesday Weld. And the synopsis on IMDb says, it's the end of the 70s. Hippies are assimilating, women are becoming aware, and men are becoming confused and ineffective. Don't expect to be able to keep track of all the names. And I don't know about this movie, and I haven't seen this movie, but it sounds like it could be made today.
Right?
Yeah.
Then we have our...
That's familiar, but...
We have our first big review that we want to go into for the night.
Forbidden Zone.
Forbidden Zone.
Going down the Forbidden Zone.
Now, who all's here? Oh, I need to bring Ben. Ben, since he left. Ben, I think you left when we were planning the show. You left, and I'm going to have to add you back every time. So I'm going to try and remember to bring you back every time.
Oh, good.
But Forbidden Zone is directed by Richard Elfman, who is the older brother of Danny Elfman, who everybody knows is one of the top composers working in Hollywood today. And Danny Elfman did the music. He didn't do all of the music, but he's one of the major contributors. And he also appears in this movie as Satan. So we could have had this on last week's show, but we didn't think about it, I don't think. Or maybe we knew 1980 was coming. But does anyone want to try and synopsize Forbidden Zone, gentlemen? Does anyone feel like they're qualified? I just saw it today, so I'll try if no one else wants to.
Well, it's about a heroin dealer who finds a door to the sixth dimension, in his basement, and promptly decides to get the hell out of that house. And then the Hercules family moves in, and they're an odd family, but eventually one member of the family after another starts to discover this door in the basement, and they all head down into the sixth dimension, the Forbidden Zone, and they live happily ever after.
Oh,
I bet that's not true.
what a cop-out. What
Oh,
a
it's
cop-out.
fantastic. No, this is one of my favorite movies in the world. The world? Yeah, the world. Wow.
I think I want to add just a little bit more to the plot, even though goodness knows the plot's held together with the thinnest of material sometimes. But a woman, the daughter in the Hercules family, goes down there and they have to go get her. They have to save their daughter, Frenchie. But the king of the other dimension, played by Hervé Villechaize,
King Fausto,
falls in love with Frenchie, which makes his wife the queen, played by Susan Tyrrell, Academy Award nominee for Fat City, we found out, is jealous and upset. So I think one of the more compelling things in the movie is the relationship between the king and the queen, Susan Tyrrell and Hervé Villechaize, because they love each other, but they're jealous and they're insecure at the same time. In a way, they're the most grounded, real characters, which is a weird thing to say about anyone in this movie. But essentially, all kinds of members of the Hercules family, I think by the end, they're all down there in the sixth dimension, trying to save themselves. And they end up vanquishing the queen and kind of becoming the new co-rulers of the sixth dimension. Yeah. Trying to describe what Forbidden Zone's about is really an exercise in futility, because I don't think anyone watches it for what it's about. Trying to explain it to someone who's never seen it's hard to do too, because there's what else is like Forbidden Zone?
You know, very little. Mostly vintage cartoons.
Yeah.
Is primarily what it's like. The thing is that so Richard Elfman is actually the one who started the Mystic Knights of the Oingo Boingo, and they used to do stage performances, live stage performances. And so this was an attempt to bring some of those live stage performances together into a film. And to some degree, you know, I mean, Richard Elfman is directing, and he let Danny sort of take over the music, which is later, you know, Danny evolves that into Oingo Boingo, which we all know and love. But yeah, not much else is like it. And some of the choices that they made, they later wish they hadn't, which is why it is a little difficult to recommend this movie to just anybody, perhaps. So all the blackface stuff that they did,
they changed it.
They changed it to clownface, and that was actually something that he wanted to do shortly after it was made. Apparently, like he was like, maybe we should, you know. But I think that it definitely helps to give the film the feeling of the time that it's going for, or the feeling of the time of the cartoons that it's going for. You know, it's not the least offensive thing.
No,
but it's
the clown face didn't. I mean, that kind of stuff is dated. You have to accept that in 1980 things were different, and things were so much more culturally acceptable.
Yeah.
So I don't have any problem with that kind of stuff, especially now that they've changed it and they've kind of disavowed it and basically apologized for it. And it's a very minor part of the movie. This movie is like a Saturday Night Live sequence of skits, mostly musical. They play a lot of like Cab Calloway type music. They lip sync to
Calloway,
old Cab
Josephine
Calloway,
Baker,
Josephine Baker stuff, and then there's some original stuff by Danny Elfman and I guess Oingo Boingo.
And Richard Elfman too, yeah.
But like they never like stop and have a whole song. Like the whole thing is just kind of musical, like all the way through. So it's, I guess I would call it a musical, but it's not like any other musical you've ever seen.
No, I would say they do stop for a couple of the songs. Certainly, Witch's Egg.
Yeah.
They sort of stop for and go into a whole animated sequence. Her hair, Susan Tyrrell's head floating around, and stuff like that. And the Yiddish of Charleston sort of stopped for a minute while she's sitting there like, geez, what is this? But,
it's very much a counterculture movie.
It's a midnight movie. Absolutely.
And a midnight movie.
Yeah. It's designed, I feel, to partly be for the midnight crowd, as that was really starting to take off at this time. And but really, from everything I've heard, they were just doing their best to make it like their show. And everybody believed in the project.
Yeah,
everybody believed.
I read everyone but one actor forfeited their salaries back to the production.
And that was just the one guy, who was an actor that they hired. But that the kid with the Mickey Mouse ears that you just saw up there, that is one of my favorite parts of that, because when you
bam boom,
bim bam boom, when you put somebody's mouth over somebody else's mouth and make it talk, that's hilarious every damn time. I don't care. That's so funny. But the funniest part, I found out, that kid, they hired people off the street. Like, they ran out of money several times, and they hired people off the street. And that kid was one of the kids that they hired off the street, got him in there, and got him in front of the camera, and he just stood there.
Oh.
So they put it's not Richard Elfman's, it's another member over his mouth. I think it was the writer. I'm trying to remember who it was.
So that wasn't planned. It was what they had to do out of necessity.
It was what they had to do, and it's so wonderful.
That's a good story. That's a good story.
And,
I read Hervé Villechaize helped paint sets.
That's exactly what I was.
He wasn't just cashing in a paycheck. I think he actually knew someone involved with the production. There was history.
Again, it was the writer, whose name is escaping me right now, but he was roommates with him while this was, or just before this was going on, or while this was going on.
And you know what else that writer wrote many years later that is one of the most ridiculous movies ever?
What?
Tiptoes.
Tiptoes, really?
With Gary Oldman playing the little person, where Gary Oldman's on his knees the whole movie.
Yeah.
Oh my! He wrote that. That's a connection to Forbidden Zone. I just learned that today. It's crazy. I mean, this is a hard. I can't remember the writer's name. You'll have to.
But yeah,
I don't remember. I think he did a couple of other movies I've heard of, but not many. This is a hard movie for me to review. It's almost the kind of movie that I don't like to review because it's review proof in many ways, because it's a movie that exists to counterbalance everything else that's out there. If everything else is polished and studio done, then this is like people scrounging up pennies out of the couch to put something together that's intentionally rough around all the edges. I mean, it's got these Caligari-esque like sets that are just sheets of paper hanging that are like painted and stuff.
Yeah, and that actually, Marie Pascal Elfman, who was Richard's wife at the time, she's the one who plays Frenchie. She designed all the sets, and Hervé was instrumental in helping those get realized. Yeah. Anyway, kind of interesting.
And did I see that Hervé Villechaize and Susan Tyrrell dated in real life?
That is correct. Yep.
Like, wow, that's.
It's not that hard to believe. I don't know why you think it's so hard to believe.
I've heard Hervé Villechaize was a horn dog in real life. Like, he was a major player.
And he was a painter, and he was charming, you know. And you know what they say.
If anyone's seen this movie and they think Susan Tyrrell's awesome, I also highly recommend seeing Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker, because she's got a bigger part in that, and she's 10 times funnier in that movie. She just puts me in stitches in that movie, and she's one of the best parts of this one too. This I recommend to anyone who just wants to say fuck you to all the expected, mundane, rote, tired old things. And it's a short movie. It's only like 70-something minutes, I think. So it doesn't really wear out its welcome.
Endlessly quotable. You know what I mean?
I don't know about quotable.
Cup, and you think you're going to take over another universe? You're really out to lunch.
Maybe it's quotable to someone who's seen it as many times as you have. This was only my second time today.
Okay.
Do you want to give it a score, Arthur? We review movies 1 to 10 sometimes.
I mean, I'm not real crazy about the whole
scoring mechanism.
Yeah, but
you don't have to.
This is definitely one of my favorite movies. So I mean, I would go. It depends. Okay, if I'm talking about favorites, it's a 10. If I'm talking about the actual execution of the movie, I think that they pulled off a 7.5.
Okay. I'm not going to give it a score. I'll give it this one with a caveat. Personal enjoyment, I would give it a 6. I don't love it. To me, there's not enough narrative to keep me engaged, but it's whimsical. And as a indie filmmaker, you see how these people are able to put something together and create another world with like hardly any resources at all. That's inspirational. The music's one of the best parts.
It's excellent.
Especially the old like Calloway, Josephine Baker stuff. I like those moments quite a bit. Like sometimes when they're talking, I want them to sing again, and that's something. Because usually when they start singing, I'm like, oh man, stop singing and start talking again. So other problem on this one. Forbidden Zone's so weird though. I recommend everyone see it because it's there's nothing else like it, and that has to count for something. And plus, look at Susan Tyrrell eating a big old sausage. I mean,
and you know Hervé really was like that.
So that's Forbidden Zone, one of our first movies we wanted to really spend some time talking about. And then we go to Gilda Live, which was just a Gilda Radner, man. Mm-hmm. The wife to Gene Wilder, Rosanna Dana on Saturday Night Live. Mm-hmm. She was a funny lady. I don't believe I've ever seen this movie, but I bet it's funny because she was always funny. The next one, though, is something I did see just this year, and I wish I didn't, because it sucked. When Time Ran Out is one of the last feature films from the master of disaster, whose name I can't even remember now. Poseidon Adventure, Towering Inferno, all that stuff. But man, this movie, even despite Paul Newman, Jacqueline Bisset, William Holden, I love William Holden. I thought no matter how bad this movie is, it's got William Holden in it. But the island's blowing up. There are there's lava coming. There's an earthquake. There's fires that start because the earthquake made fires. And then there's big boulders flying out of the volcano, hitting into the hotels and stuff. So sounds exciting. Somehow they make that not very exciting. And the last full half hour of this movie is the whole ensemble cast crossing a chasm on like a downed tree. The whole last half hour is everyone going really slow across a tree. Like that's the climax of the movie, and it just doesn't work. So I like Irwin Allen. He was the producer. I like Irwin Allen disaster movies in general, but this is not one of the better ones. And then Steve McQueen was in Tom Horn. And Tom Horn also had Linda Evans and Richard Farnsworth. It's about a former Army scout who's hired by ranchers to kill cattle rustlers, but he gets into trouble with corrupt officials when he's accused of killing an innocent local boy. I'm not a big Steve McQueen fan. I know that might sound like sacrilege, but he's a little too subdued for my tastes. But I do like some of the movies he was in.
I saw him before he saw me.
Is there a story there?
Well, on the poster it says "See him before he sees you."
Oh, okay. Then we hit April. We hit April with The Changeling.
Woo.
I think I have some B-roll for The Changeling, don't I? If I do, yes, there it is. The Changeling's a freaking awesome movie, guys.
Awesome movie.
Oops.
That's
Need to take that banner down. The Changeling stars George C. Scott as an author. No, he's a music professor who rents this mansion in Seattle, and the mansion's got like this haunted history, and things start happening while he's there. And I guess I should preface by saying that earlier in the film, was it just his wife, or was it his wife and child? Do you remember? At least his wife dies. His whole family dies. He's alone after the first scene in the movie. And weird things start happening, like this ball you see right now comes down the stairs, and he really starts to think there must be a ghost in the house. And he ends up communicating with the ghost, and the ghost essentially wants him to figure out who killed it. And so he unearths the mystery of who killed this person who's a ghost in the house and why, and it ends up having a connection to local politics, which might sound cold and weird, but it actually works into the story very well. This movie is, I guess you could call it a slow burn, but I hate calling it that because slow burn has a bad connotation in a lot of people's minds. It's moody. Like when you watch this movie, it just kind of seeps into you. And George C. Scott's the kind of actor that really invites you into his psyche, his emotions. So you're experiencing all this creepiness and this drive to figure out, to answer and solve this mystery with him. It's a very good horror film. I dig it. I totally dig it. And I love George C. Scott immensely in almost everything I see him in. This is one of my favorite George C. Scott movies.
Yeah.
Anyone else have love for The Changeling?
For sure. This is... I mean, I think that you have to have something of a slow burn if you're doing a ghost story and you want it to be effective. You know? And this certainly is an effective ghost story. That's funny. It's got what's his face, the older guy at the end.
Melvin Douglas.
Escaping me.
I think it's Melvin Douglas. He's the older guy at the end. That's the politician, I believe.
Yes. And then he's later in Ghost Story, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think so.
But so he's great. But anyway, this is at a time when they're doing a thing to try to make ghost movies kind of more action oriented, a little more visual, you know? And so I know it doesn't seem like that, but go back and see some
it might be more exciting than older ones, maybe.
Yeah, I mean the ones that weren't necessarily just trying to be like comedically spooky, ones that were actually like The Haunting, you know. The Haunting, fantastic.
Inventive.
But it's exactly, inventive. That's what I mean.
Did you see another movie in the early 2000s that really reminded you of this? That was a big hit.
I don't know.
That was a remake of a Japanese movie.
Oh, are you talking about The Grudge?
I'm talking about The Ring.
The Ring. You think The Ring is like this?
I thought you were talking about the Grudge. Yeah.
No,
I think The
can
Ring
see
is a
that.
lot like this movie because The Ring is a girl who died and she's trying to get Naomi Watts, in the American remake anyway, to figure out who she is and why she died. And it felt like atmospherically and tonally a lot like The Changeling too. So if you like The Ring, I would almost say check out The Changeling, although The Ring is definitely a more modern film with a lot more visceral thrills and things like that. But The Changeling is classy. It is classy, old school horror done really well. I totally dig it.
That is true.
We'll move on from The Changeling to The Watcher in the Woods. This was a Disney movie back in the days when the Disney studio didn't know what the hell they were doing, if they were coming, if they were going. They were just taking shots in the dark, trying to figure out what the heck to do. It's about a family that moves to a country home. The young girls in the family experience strange happenings that have a link to an occult event years past. And this was one of the final films from one Miss Phenomenal Betty Davis. I don't remember this movie, but I have seen it. I remember the ending felt odd and not right. And the movie didn't stick with me very well. But something tells me you've seen it more than once, right, Arthur?
Yeah, I have. And the ending is the thing that I remember the most, too. Although I know that it really reminded me later on, there was I think it was a British show called Under the Mountain. And in the time before when Nickelodeon turned into A&E halfway through the day to be A&E at night, wherever my cable was, that's what happened. They had a show called The Third Eye, and there was one of them was called Under the Mountain. And again, it was like an older person and, giving these kids like rocks that glow so that they can detect things and use their magic and stuff, and had a lot of Escape to Witch Mountain type of vibe to it as well. But anyway, sorry, I'm not talking about this movie. This movie, I remember it. I remember enjoying it, but I'm having a hard time remembering the particulars. But the ending, I remember that creature and that sort of weird cicada-like or grass. It's insectoid. It's strange. It was
vague memory.
Yeah, it was strange that they.
You know what? With
that.
my memory issues, this would be the perfect kind of movie to rewatch.
Yeah, for sure.
And still probably not love. but I don't remember hating it either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we have a couple of movies that I have not seen. The North Sea Hijack is about some terrorists taking over 2 oil rigs. They threaten to blow them up if their demands are not met, and an eccentric anti-terrorism expert volunteers his unique commando unit to stop them. It stars Roger Moore, in between James Bond films, James Mason, who's a fine actor, and Anthony Perkins, another fine actor. So the cast has to be curious. Anyone seen it?
I have not.
No, but I want to.
Well,
I
the
don't.
one
There's
that's
like
add to the
I have a
radar.
thing for eco-terrorist films. I feel like there aren't a lot of them, but when they are there, they're interesting.
Oh, so you've singled out eco-terrorism as another one of your weird esoteric pursuits.
There was actually a recent movie called How to Blow Up a Pipeline or something that was kind of like a heist film about blowing up a pipeline, and apparently it was based on a book that or some kind of real, some holding in real events. I don't know what it was, but I was really surprised to see that film existed. But
Well, the next one is Where the Buffalo Roam, which I feel like I should have known about,
Yeah.
but I didn't.
Yeah.
It's a semi-biographical film based on the experiences of
Hunter
Hunter
S.
S. Thompson, the gonzo journalist. It stars Peter Boyle, Bill Murray,
Yeah.
and Bruno Kirby. Arthur, you've seen it.
Yep.
Who plays Thompson in this?
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know Bill Murray played Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah.
Has this movie not been on home video or something? Have I just
Sure.
missed it?
No, you just missed it.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
it was
weird?
around for a long while, and it was actually the way that I was introduced to Hunter S. Thompson as like an icon. And then later they did, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and that is a much more fun movie.
Yeah.
Like I like Where the Buffalo Roam, but it's definitely got that 70s type of slowness to it. You know what I'm saying? But it's still, it's him, doing his journalism thing, and it was fun.
Interesting.
I did want to pause here for half a second and say that I think it was 1313 Inc. was asking how we did combine all these disaster films, and Posloot had a good answer. Warning, the movie.
Okay.
And Matt, to answer your question, yeah, like the Tomorrow People. Anyway, sorry.
Robert Altman.
Health.
Guys,
That seems like a bunch of good.
I like a couple of Robert Altman movies, but when I see that he's attached to it, I don't. It never makes me want to see it.
So you like The Player, right?
I love The Player.
Did you like Three Women?
I need to see Three Women. You are not the first person to tell me I need to see that.
I really liked that, and it's not. But you have to be willing to stick with it, you know.
Oh, sure.
And
I can do
think
that.
Robert
Well,
Altman
it's
films
Shelley
are
Duvall.
like that. Yeah.
I think the cast in it is interesting, too.
It
I will
was.
see Three Women at some point, but I saw a lot of Robert Altman movies, like Paul Newman did a lot, and some of them were just dreadful. I remember watching one where like Paul Newman and a bunch of other people are playing chess on like a ice floe, like it just in the ice. That's it for 2 hours,
And
and like I'm like, what the don't ugh. Like that irritated me to death. So anyway, Robert Altman put out a couple of movies this year, and Health was one of them. That's all I can say about it because I'll never see it. The Baltimore Bullet has James Coburn, Omar Sharif, and Ronnie Blakely, the mom from Nightmare on Elm Street, I believe. And it's about two hustlers setting up a big game. Doesn't really appeal to me either. Then we have Tim Conway and Don Knotts as Private Eyes.
I loved that when I was a kid.
Oh, you've seen it?
Yeah, I have. I didn't realize that just from the name, but now that I'm seeing the poster, yeah.
Same. Yeah, I didn't when we had this in our list. It didn't ring any bells. But now that I see the poster, I've totally seen this movie.
Yeah.
This struck me as one of the 70s movies that's still hanging out in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like kind of out of time. And then there's Bad Timing, which was directed by Nicholas Roeg of Don't Look Now and The Witches and my favorite. What's my favorite Nicholas Roeg film? The one in Australia. I guess a lot of them were in Australia. The Walkabout. So he's like an interesting director, but I've never heard of Bad Timing. It stars Art Garfunkel, Teresa Russell, and Harvey Keitel. When a married American woman ends up in a Vienna hospital after a suicide attempt, an inspector seeks to uncover the cause and eventual demise of her torrid affair with a psychoanalyst. So I don't know. Interesting. I'm not going to rush to watch it, but I am mildly intrigued. And then we have Death Watch. In a future where dying of illness is very rare, terminally ill Catherine Mortonhoe becomes a celebrity, and Roddy, a man with camera implants in his brain, secretly records her for a morbid TV show called Death Watch. It stars Romy Schneider, Harvey Keitel, and Harry Dean Stanton. Looks like Max von Sydow's also in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That sounds cool.
It does.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Like, we're not like, fucking film scholars, but we're in the world of movies like all the time, almost every day. It's amazing to me how many movies we still don't know about.
This is part of what I love about it. I mean, we were talking about it the other day. There are now more movies than there aren't. And I just love endlessly that I am so into horror movies pre-2000, really even, just my era and before that. And I've seen who knows how many, and just every single time I go back looking, there's something new, something I never heard of, something, and that's just horror movies. We're talking about all kinds of movies here. That's like, it's not difficult to think, I guess, that it might have passed you by.
Yeah.
But
you would assume that if it was a movie, if it was any good at all, and I'm saying most movies they're worth making, so they're probably
Sure.
good to enough people to be any good at all. They would have had like a home video release. Someone would be putting it out on DVD. The sad fact is that a lot of these movies, I don't know if it's the case with this one, they're probably owned by a small company that like went kaput, and whoever owns the rights just isn't doing anything with them anymore.
Yeah.
I hope that might be the sad case for some of them.
But that's also the beauty of things like Vinegar Syndrome and Shout Factory and different ones that are putting out these boutique labels. They'll go and like excavate.
They'll try
for something good. This certainly seems like one I'd like to see.
Arthur, it's a tangent, but it's a live show, so you can freaking deal with it if we're going to do a tangent. But I mentioned on one of our previous shows that the Stepford Wives, Catherine Ross, the original film, which I think is a great film, and I would love to own it in high definition. They can't get to the rights holders of it. The rights holders just don't give a shit about home video. It's not worth their time and money to like pay the lawyers to sign paperwork. So like people want to put it out and they just don't care. I just think that's the saddest freaking thing ever. If you own a film, you need to you're responsible for keeping it alive into the future. So bothers me.
I couldn't agree more, and it's those situations that I don't know. I have a strange relationship with mammon, with money, you know what I mean? But I just think that why not do it anyway and then put it out? If they're not going to do anything about it, maybe they won't do anything about it.
Or we'll have to wait till they die or the rights change hands again.
Until it falls in the public domain, they'll do it 50 years from now, but still, you know, anyway.
Now, to answer 1313 Inc.'s question about if this was Harvey Keitel's first film, I thought it was actually Taxi Driver, but it's not. It turns out his first film was Who's That Knocking at My Door in 1967.
I think that's a Scorsese film. I haven't seen that one yet.
I have not either.
Well, we're moving into May now. The Nude Bomb was a Don Adams movie that I have not seen. And then, of course, we have
Friday the 13th.
A movie that needs very little introduction. Frickin' Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
I don't know what can be said. Dave and I, and Arthur too, we were all on a film festival. We brought Victor Miller, the screenwriter of Friday the 13th, to Indiana, Columbus, Indiana, for 1 year of our film festival, the Dark Carnival Film Festival. And he did some Q&A for our audience before a screening of this movie. This is like a miracle film because Cunningham, the guy that he directed the first
Sean
one,
Cunningham,
didn't he?
yeah.
Sean Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
He directed this one. He was just trying to make a Halloween ripoff. He was trying to cash in on the Halloween craze. So he didn't see this doing as well as it did. He thought it would make money or he wouldn't have made it, but he didn't think it would become a freaking phenomenon. And somehow the world hungered for this shit. I'm spoiling something from the end of the movie because we're going to reveal
Spoiler alert.
how these movies all did financially. But I'll go ahead and say this now on this one. This was the most profitable film of the year in terms of how much they spend on it and how much did they make back. And Paramount treated this franchise like shit over the decades. They still don't really treat it that well. It's the redheaded stepchild. Like these movies were butchered by the MPAA, and they never saved the material to put back into the film to like restore the cuts or anything. I thoroughly enjoy the first 7 Friday the 13th movies.
Sure.
I thoroughly enjoy the first 7 enough to rewatch them over and over again every few years. In fact, I'm watching them every Friday the 13th right now.
Are you?
Yes. I'm up to the 3rd one, and I'm waiting for the next Friday the 13th to watch it in 3D in my home theater because I've got 3D in there. So, I don't know. Is there anything we can say about Friday the 13th that hasn't already been said?
Well, the reason why we haven't seen a lot of content in recent years for it or new sequels since the 2009 one, which I always felt was kind of a middling, was because there was a big lawsuit between Sean Cunningham and Victor Miller, who wrote the first film.
Yeah.
And
Really?
yeah, so like there was even a video game that came out around 2017, 2018. That was actually really fun. It was crowdfunded, and they got Tom Savini on board to design a lot of content for it, but it got like shuttered, like completely shut down after they launched because of that lawsuit going on. And I think what they settled on was something to the effect of the first film, those rights will still kind of belong to like Victor Miller, or he's still owed for like the first film. The imagery of Jason without the hockey mask, I think, is kind of where they landed, and then going forward with the hockey mask, that's kind of how it got split up. I could be wrong, but I know that there's supposed to be a new series coming out, coming down the pike for Friday the 13th, as well as Halloween. And I can't remember who got what. I know A24 got one of them. Or sorry, I call it A24, A24. And then I can't remember who got the other one, but I know those are kind of setting up to to Clash in the near future, from what I understand. So
Well, I think we'll dedicate more time on a future show to this franchise because I'm a fan. Dave, are you a fan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we also had since we're mentioning Ari Lehman. Since we're mentioning Victor Miller, we should mention that Ari Lehman was also a guest of our film festival, Dark Chronicle Film Festival. And I think we had Ari a couple times actually.
That's
we had
him.
a couple of times. That's him right there.
For those who don't know, he played First Jason, and he actually has a band called First Jason.
First Jason, yeah. And he's an amazing keytar player.
He is an amazing guitar player.
Well, moving on, in the interest of time, we have Out of the Blue. Dennis Hopper directed this one. A young girl whose father's an ex-convict and whose mother's a junkie finds conforming difficult and seeks comfort in a quirky combination of Elvis and the punk scene. Okay.
The only adult she admires is Johnny Rotten.
Oh, yeah, apparently.
Sex Pistols.
Now, have any of you been asked who's Robbie Benson?
Yes.
Robbie Benson came to Bloomington, Indiana, where all four of us have lived at one point in our lives, and
Yes.
Dave is still there.
Yeah. He came and taught. He was teaching classes here actually at Indiana University.
Yeah, and he was a teacher for some of our friends, and so just because of that, I feel like we've all been asked who's Robbie Benson, what has he been in. The only thing anyone can ever say is Beauty and the Beast because he voiced the Beast.
And
Robbie
Mr.
Benson,
Merlin.
and what?
Mr. Merlin.
Who's that?
It was a TV show. Yeah.
See, I don't even know that. He did a good handful of movies in the 70s and early 80s, but I don't think any of them lasted. Because Die Laughing's one of them, and I've never heard of it.
I feel like he was famous in the same way that Chrissy McNichol was famous, which was mostly on Teen Beat magazine.
Teen Beat, that's what I was gonna say. Or Tiger Beat.
Yeah,
Tiger Beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they were mostly famous. Not really any place else but there. It feels like.
I mean, there's no question he was adorable as fuck.
Sure.
Blue eyes, dark hair, adorable.
No.
And he may be a good actor. I've never seen him be one, but he didn't ever suck. I mean, I never disliked him in anything, but I'm just like,
movie or something.
I guess he needed a better agent or something. I don't know. Robbie, if you're listening, we love you. I'm sorry. I'm just shitting all over your career this time. But this movie, the cast is out of this world, guys. Who else is in Die Laughing? Charles Durning, Elsa Lanchester,
Yeah.
Bud Cort,
Yeah.
Peter Coyote, Charles Fleischer, and Carol Stricken.
Really?
That is the motliest cast I've ever heard of. So it's on my radar for that, if nothing else. Then we have a really big, I feel like in 1980, Fame was a big freaking deal.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. Have you guys seen it?
Oh, absolutely. You've never seen Fame.
I've never seen Fame.
Wow.
It's never, I forget that it exists most of
Did
the
you ever
time.
catch an episode of the TV show?
I think so. I do remember the TV show being on. I don't remember enjoying it. But Alan Parker directed it, and it's about 4 teenagers trying to prove their mettle as they start their journey at a New York high school for the performing arts. And there's teenage drama,
And
basically.
you undoubtedly heard the theme song by Irene Cara.
Fame!
Yeah, you can't.
My friend Sija took me to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences when I lived in LA with her because they were doing all the Best Picture winners. And before they played the movie, they would play the song that won Best Song that year. So when we went to see Ordinary People, spoiler alert, that's coming up later, they played Fame. They turned the lights out, and this audience, Jamie Lee Curtis was a couple of rows behind us. We're just sitting in the dark while they're playing Fame. I'm gonna live forever. And then when it's over, they start Ordinary People. It was a weird, surreal kind of experience.
Wow.
That's my only experience with Fame so far. I like teen drama, though, so I'm not
You'll
opposed
dig
to
it.
giving it a whirl.
You'll
I
dig it.
think you should see it. Yeah.
You'll like the music and
I will.
yeah, you will.
I will see it. Then we have The Long Riders from director Walter Hill, who's done quite a few good movies. This one stars the brothers. I think they're all brothers. Maybe they're not, but they're all Carradines. It's got David Keith and Robert Carradine in it. It's the origins, exploits, and ultimate fate of the Jesse James Gang. So it sounds like Young Guns before Young Guns.
Yeah.
The Hollywood Nights. I don't know about that movie. Home Movies, I know, was a movie Brian De Palma. I don't think he directed it. He was a film professor, and all the students put together scenes. And Home Movies is like an assembly of scenes from Robert De Palma's class.
Wow.
So
That
I don't know
sounds
how
cool.
that turned out. Then we have a little movie called Humanoids from the Deep.
Yeah.
This movie for me was the first film James Horner scored. James Horner, who would go on to score Titanic and Braveheart and a whole bunch of others, one of the most well-loved film composers of our time. This is his big start. He started with Roger Corman, as so many people do, on Humanoids from the Deep. And this movie's not bad. I'd kind of like to have the new 4K.
It is fantastic.
It's moody.
Yeah. This is a solid monster movie.
It is.
I mean, yeah, there are some things that happen. I can't remember the politically correct word for. Oh no, it's essay. Yeah,
Essay.
lot of essay, but monster essay. Actually, it's not a lot, but there's at least one very visual scene that is.
And there's a little
there's
controversy behind that too, isn't there? Because the original director didn't want to shoot it.
Yeah.
So I think Corman hired another director to add that scene later, if I'm not mistaken. This might be my favorite Corman movie. I don't love it, but I like it, and I don't really like a lot of Corman movies enough to want to own them. I know I'm wrong because I know I own a couple, and I just forget they're Corman movies. But they're not like this genre. They're not horror. They're like a high school horror, like slasher maybe stuff. They're not like monster movies like this. This is up there, though, in terms of the Corman genre stuff, I think.
Well, one of the things that always attracts me is when I know something about the movie and I know that they struggled to make the movie and had to get innovative. And this is one of those where I think they had 2 costumes, and they're trying to make it like the deep ones rising like in hordes, and but there's like, I think they had like 2 costumes for the humanoids from the deep, but they do a good job of making it look like there's quite a few more than that.
Well, after after Humanoids from the Deep, a very small, low-budget movie called The Empire Strikes Back was the big event of Memorial Day weekend, 1980. And there's no way to introduce this movie because I feel like at least the 3 of us that were alive at the time, this eclipsed everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely everything. I mean, I didn't love movies before I saw The Empire Strikes Back. And I was 6, I was 6 in May that year. My mom took me and my brother to see it because Dad was working and she was a housewife still at that time. She entered the labor force a year or 2 later. So we watched it 3 or 4 times in a row, a couple of days in a row. Like, we didn't have to leave. They just swept up around us and we just sat and watched it. And it was at the Showcase Cinemas in Louisville, Kentucky, which had the biggest screen in 3 or 4 states at that time. So when I think of 6-year-old me sitting in that huge, I mean, my memory is that it was mammoth widescreen and good sound. The Empire Strikes Back on a 6-year-old. I can't explain how much there were no movies in this league.
Nope.
Star Wars was one thing, and it was in a league of its own, but Empire was even more. Nothing was in its league. Like, when we're looking at all the movies that came out in 1980, in terms of like the production value and the ability to transport you and make you believe, I don't know, man, Empire, it's the reason I made movies. Like, I wouldn't have ever been a little kid in grade school saying I want to make movies, and being on that path ever since.
I mentioned this before the show, but it's funny that when you look at movies made in 1980 and you look at sci-fi movies specifically that were made in 1980, there's such a disparity between everything else and Empire Strikes Back, and you don't see that kind of disparity anymore. when a sci-fi movie gets released now, there's not a lot of disparity between necessarily like a really high budget movie and a really low budget movie in terms of special effects. They look pretty much on par. But man, there's some stuff that came out in 1980 or 1981, 82, 83 that is so far from Empire Strikes Back that you feel sorry for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the sensibility of like the 50s sci-fi film really stuck around, for quite a while, and then this really changed all of that. And this one in particular, of course, because of a couple of big reasons. There's one right there, but of course, it doesn't have a happy ending. Everybody's kind of freaked out by that. Like, what do you mean?
It's a testament to how strong a grasp the film had on the audience.
Yeah.
That it could have that kind of an ending.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we'll be back to find out how it ends.
Yeah.
I don't think there are too many other film series or franchises where we would have had that feeling.
No.
And God, you had to wait 3 years for that shit.
Yeah.
We were alive. We had to wait. Ben. Oh, I need to bring Ben in. Sorry, Ben. You're here now.
You're good.
Ben wasn't alive. He could just pop it in right after watching Star Wars. He could pop in Empire, and then he could pop in Jedi.
Well,
Man, we were waiting 3 freaking years, wearing the Yoda costumes when we were trick-or-treating, buying all the Kenner action figures.
Yes.
It was our life for 3 years. It stayed in the culture at like maximum capacity for years, like nothing does today.
I remember when I was a kid, and it was like 2 years after Star Wars came out, and I was in my room, and I had the posters on the wall and everything, like Darth Vader on the wall. And my dad came in, he's looking around, and he said, in 5 years, no one's going to give a shit about this movie anymore.
I feel like my dad said the same thing at some point.
And then Empire came out, and I was like, fuck you. Yeah. Never has anyone ever been as wrong, and he says he was wrong
as you were.
Yeah, it's funny because my dad always came down on like fantasy or horror films and stuff like that. But once or twice I caught him sitting down and just actively engaged watching Star Wars with me. So.
My dad was not big. He still isn't that big into genre stuff at all. But he watched all the Star Wars movies. He was in the theater with us as a whole family.
My dad loved that stuff, and I think that I had the toys that I had because he wanted them. you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, to a good degree, he really enjoyed like getting. Like, I had the Death Star, which was just 3 columns and 3 platforms, and at the bottom there was the trash compactor.
With the Dianoga.
Yeah, and all the little pieces of foam rubber and stuff, and you crank it down, and he would come in and do that, just mess with that thing for, and then Yoda, that was talking about waiting. They advertised it in...
I'll be right back.
Okay. They advertised it in the paper to Zehrs, which was a store. I don't know if it was a national chain, but Zehrs, yeah. And they advertised that they had the little Yoda figure. And I was like, oh! And so my mom took me down there, and we waited in line with many other people until the store opened. And they didn't have it. They never had it. I think I got it eventually at, Lionel Play World or something like that, but Zehrs never got that thing. And, yeah, but it's a very, tactile memory about getting Yoda and his little orange snake, and the fact that he had his cloth little coat on and his little cane, and Pat Morita did such a good job as Yoda. Just kidding. Look at that little Yoda.
Yeah.
Can't focus on him, but this is the Yoda you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, he's green, so the green screen's messing up.
That's hilarious.
Wait a second.
Special edition Yoda.
Okay, let's all get our Empire Strikes Back toys.
Can't really focus on it, but I've got the brown snake variant. There's I think orange is more common. I've been collecting these. My friend Dan, Ben, are you still there?
I'm still here. You just
We're all
have to
getting
believe.
our Star Wars
have to
toys.
believe I'm holding my limited edition Boba Fett.
We said this would happen. I don't know if we said it public, but we said that if we ever do Star Wars, our nerddom's going to come out.
Yeah. Ooh, Cloud City.
Bespin Cloud Car,
Bespin Cloud Car.
Empire, man. And it had the coolest little side characters. 21B on screen right there. He was always one of my favorites.
But you were talking about like the appeal, or I guess the anticipation of the sequel. I think this must have been the film that opened the door for that, because you had Jaws and Star Wars in the 70s kind of made it apparent to Hollywood that you can take quote unquote drive-in fare, give it a larger budget,
Yeah.
and people will, you can commercialize it. And then in the case of Star Wars, they merchandised it a lot. And then with this, now all of a sudden sequels, that anticipation factor,
They did merchandising before Star Wars. Like even Charlie Chaplin was selling little Chaplin dolls and stuff, and Disney capitalized on it to some extent. But I guess they forgot about it over the decades, because when they made the deal for Star Wars, George Lucas kept the merchandising rights, and Fox didn't blink an eye. It's like, okay, sure, yeah, you can have that. What money can be made there?
There was a certain point when they started making films for the purpose of selling merchandise and toys, and things were
Got a
designed.
whole case there. You got a lot of figures in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are these old? Have you had these forever?
So actually, I have not, but my cousin Daniel kept all of these. And there's a special slot. Here's the Yoda. Hi. There's a special slot for the weapons and the stuff. So I've got like Yoda's cane, but not his snake. But yeah, he kept those, and Thundercats and Silverhawks and stuff. And
Oh man, if he's got the Silverhawks, they're the most valuable if they're in good shape. Thundercats are really valuable too.
yeah, he's got a couple of them. He's got the Copper Kid and
I love that lunchbox.
Yeah.
I have the Jedi one.
nice.
Yeah, in case anyone's watching and can't believe what they're seeing right now, this is a testament to how much Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, from like 1977 to 1985 at least, dominated our childhoods and Dave's young adulthood. Teenage years. It was everything. I mean, there was nothing else to compete with it, at least on the big screen.
Like this film and Alien, and I'm sure other ones I can't think of right now, kind of represented that dirty, grungy vision of the future versus the clean, chrome 50s sci-fi. And that was being kind of represented in Heavy Metal magazine, was bringing a lot of ideas over from France and the geniuses of French comics, the imaginations that they had. And it was coming in like, Blade Runner as well, shortly after this too. But yeah, Ridley Scott, George Lucas, later on James Cameron were just absolutely, juggernauts bringing that to the big screen. So
One of the reasons I think this Empire Strikes Back and Star Wars and Jedi, but especially Empire Strikes Back, I think worked on so many levels for so many different people in the audience, is that it had just enough archetypal character and archetypal drama that adults could be interested. There was enough there for them. It wasn't on the surface. It wasn't said out loud a lot of times. Like the whole love relationship is largely unspoken. It had that for grown-ups, and it had escapism for grown-ups, but it had escapism for kids as well. And for kids, the pacing. Nothing else was paced like a Star Wars movie. And so it invited repeat viewings. Like, what little kid doesn't still want to watch those three movies? I mean, I almost popped in Empire last night and decided to watch something else instead. I can literally watch these movies 3 times a year easy. Like still, decades later, like there's no number of times that gets old. And part of it's just because the stories go by so quick and the visuals are so rich and detailed and layered that you see new things almost every time you've seen it. Oh my God! And
I feel compelled to give Marsha Lucas a lot of credit for
it's
that.
interesting how she's come to the fore as of late.
Yes, because she was kind of pushed to the back after,
I don't want to overcredit her because George
No.
Lucas is the overriding talent, but we never knew the key pivotal ways that she did influence him to make certain changes, and they're mostly character and story beats
Yeah.
that she insisted upon that gave all the movies, well, at least the first two, because she didn't do much on Jedi, although I think she chimed in a little on it. She gave them weight.
She did. And humanity, some of the elements that are kind of like missing from the prequels,
Yeah.
I think.
You can see what it was like without someone like Marsha Lucas to rein him in and to keep it
Exactly.
more grounded. Empire is the most beautiful of all the Star Wars films. As a kid, I always had that feeling about Empire, but I couldn't really put it into words until I was older and I started to analyze, why do I love these movies? Why are they so different? Because Star Wars always felt so different from Empire. They all have different directors for one thing, and George Lucas relies more on editing. He doesn't light things. He doesn't have the patience for lighting. Irvin Kershner, who directed The Empire Strikes Back, who was a professor of George Lucas's at USC, he asked Irvin to direct the movie. Irvin lit the scenes. Empire's the best lit Star Wars movie ever, and it'll stay that way. And he worked with the actors more than any of the other directors on this series did. And I think George Lucas, people have said that he would admit that to you, that Irvin was better for the actors and he was better for the lighting. So it's the most beautiful Star Wars film. That makes it so much more rewatchable than even the other two. And it's not like I don't watch them all the time either. The score, John Williams' best score ever. Not just for a Star Wars movie, but I think for any movie ever. My mom bought this 4-sided soundtrack album on vinyl. And I remember she came home from the mall. I think she was Christmas shopping. She brought me some Wizard of Oz record that had narration and stuff. But I saw that she also had the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack by John Williams. And I'm like, I want that one. And she's like, this is just the music. It's not the story. And I'm like, I know it's just the music. I want the music. So she would play that for me and my brother on Sundays while she cleaned the house. And it entertained us enough to just sit there as little, 6 and 3-year-old. Because we would go, this is that part in the movie, and this is that part in the movie. We remembered because the music is indelibly linked to what we saw in the theater. You relived the movie by listening to the soundtrack. You can't do that with a whole lot of movies, especially today when we've got just ambient sound design. John Williams, you can just listen to the score and you know the whole story. Everything's happening to the beat of the music, to the changes and themes. And
No. As a millennial, that was me with Halo, which I know you can't relate to that at all.
Oh, it's
The
so
music
sad.
in Halo is incredible. I recommend seeking it out if you never play the game. But I know exactly what you're talking about, where you can just relive the beats just from hearing the music.
Hoth, Dagobah,
Yeah.
Bespin, I mean, it took you places. It took you places emotionally, viscerally, humor. All the supporting players like 3PO and R2 and Chewbacca, they all have their finest moments in this one. Like, I could go on and on and on about The Empire Strikes Back. And in a way, the movies you love the most are the hardest ones to review because you just end up sounding like an ass. But I'll be an ass forever. The Empire Strikes Back is one of my 3 favorite films of all time, and another of my 3 favorites is coming up later in the show.
It emboldened me to be a scrappy rebel. At the same time as really appreciating the dark side's sense of fashion.
Oh yeah, they looked cool, man.
They looked cool.
They looked cool. Yeah, well, we can't talk about Empire forever, but we
Let's
all
go.
love it. I think it. Does anyone not give The Empire Strikes Back a 10 out of 10? I mean, what criminal is amongst us? Ben, do you dare not give The
You
Empire?
have to go to me.
Who wants to be frozen in carbonite tonight and not give The Empire Strikes Back a 10 out of 10?
It's absolutely a 10. I also want to say you got to give a shout out to Ralph McQuarrie and his concept art for Star Wars. That was a
Oh
huge
yeah, absolutely.
ingredient. in the
It
mix.
sold the movie. The studio saw that art, and that's what they basically were buying, giving their money to. The promise that art would become reality, and it did. Then we have a little movie called The Shining, written by a little-known author named Stephen King, and directed by a little-known director named Stanley Kubrick. So I dare say, I don't remember this movie coming out. I was alive, but it just wasn't on my radar for whatever reason. But it had to have been a much anticipated release coming from both Kubrick and King. Like, I can't imagine that in 1980, because as popular Stephen King is today, I remember him being even more popular when I was a little kid. Like, his books were hot and they were fresh, and wow. But then this movie seems like it disappointed a lot of people when they went to see it in the theaters. I've heard that it didn't do as well as they'd hoped financially, and it didn't do as well with the audiences right away anyway.
And Stephen King didn't like it either.
Oh, no. No, he didn't. Yeah. Has anyone seen his version that's more faithful that came out on TV like in the 90s?
Yeah.
I hear it's not very good.
It's not very good.
I've never read the book, so I can't say personally what's different or better. I've only seen The Shining from Kubrick, but I've seen it like probably 10 times over the course of my life, and I just saw it again last night in 4K in my home theater. And man, this one of the reasons I love movies is because they can take you somewhere and they can make you feel things. And when you're trapped in the Overlook Hotel with a blizzard outside and Jack Nicholson's nuts probably gonna kill you, and there's like a dog blowing a businessman in one room, and this woman with flesh rotting off her body in a bathtub in another room, and those creepy little girls in the blue dresses are popping up, and you're trapped with all that snow. The Shining has a vibe. Mm-hmm. It has a vibe. And the older I get, the more I like the vibe. Mm-hmm. It's like, how do I feel? What do I want the movies to make me feel tonight? Tonight, I want to be trapped in the Overlook Hotel with Shelley Duvall trying to get away from Jack Nicholson.
That's fair. Plus, I'd go just for the maze.
And the maze, yeah. So I guess we should try and synopsize the movie just a teensy bit. It's about a guy who's looking for a job, a family man, a father, goes to this hotel, agrees to be the caretaker for 6 months, because this hotel's in on a mountaintop in Colorado, where 6 months out of the year you can't reach it. The winding roads become unnavigable because of the weather. So for 6 months, he and his wife, he is played by Jack Nicholson. Jack, I think is his character's name, isn't it? Torrance?
Yes, Jack Torrance.
And Shelley Duvall plays his wife and their little boy, Danny is the character name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think. And early in the film, you learn Danny has an imaginary friend named Tony, who lives in his mouth, but sometimes lives in his stomach and talks like when his finger wiggles like this. That's Tony talking. Red room, red room. So early on, you get the feeling that there's something supernatural with the kid. And once they get to the hotel, they meet a man who's the cook at the hotel, played by Scatman Crothers, who appeared with Jack Nicholson just a few years earlier in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Scatman Crothers knows that the boy has this shining ability, is what he calls it, because he also has it. And basically, from that point early in the film on, you know that the hotel is haunted, and it's going to affect this boy in ways that might be scary. And sure enough, the boy starts seeing those two little girls who died in this hotel at the hands of their father decades earlier, many decades. And sure enough, the hotel haunts Jack Nicholson. They get into him. He starts to live the life of the previous caretaker many decades before, who picked up an axe and killed his whole family. And Shelley Duvall eventually realizes what's going on. And the last half of this movie is her just screaming and crying and trying to save her and her son from Dad, dear old Dad, who's now insane. And it's a beautiful film. It's a Stanley Kubrick film, so you know it's going to be.
Yeah.
It probably bears mentioning that Jack Torrance is a writer, or a wannabe author who is writing like the great American novel, and he's also a recovering alcoholic. And Stephen King a lot of times made these main characters kind of autobiographical, and Stephen King was also an author at the time who was battling alcoholism, and
he also hurt the boy
yeah.
early in the film when a doctor comes to see Danny because he passed out from an episode involving Tony.
Yeah.
Shelley admits to the doctor that Jack Nicholson, just in a little bit of a fit of rage, grabbed him by the arm and dislocated his shoulder. So you get the idea early on that domestic violence is an issue that's probably going to come up in this movie. As much as I love The Shining, I will criticize it a little bit, but I'm not even sure that... Sometimes when I criticize a movie, I'm not sure if I were making it, I would have done it any differently. Sometimes I would have just left the thing I'm criticizing in the movie, and this might be one of those cases, but Jack Nicholson is bad the whole time. He's never a good father.
He's not. He doesn't have any redeeming qualities in this movie, really.
He doesn't. You never see him have a good moment. Even at the beginning, before while they're on the way to the hotel, he's condescending to both of them in the car.
And he's got those Jack Nicholson eyebrows the whole time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like while he's driving.
So, like, there's a part of me that says, well, he should have, like, a full character. Like, you should feel sorry for him. It should be more like Amityville Horror, where the possessed father figure is a good person and something bad happens to him that maybe makes him worth saving. But Kubrick didn't want to go that way. Jack's bad from beginning, and he just gets worse. And I guess that's a way to go. Maybe it's more original.
I don't think you need it. I don't think you need it. I think that that's part of why you see why Shelley Duvall's character is so effective. It's like we know in the beginning she's already kind of dealing with this. You know what I'm saying? It's from a happier point of view and everything's okay, you know. But as we go through it, I think the fact that we kind of know, oh, he's probably going to go nuts. You know? And then watching her deal with that and try to calm it down and try to level it down, you know, until she can't.
Yeah. This movie, the making of it, is its own thing. And there have been many books and not enough documentaries probably, although in recent years there's been a number.
I'll tell you what, I watched that Room 217.
I couldn't watch it.
It's full of shit, man.
Yeah, it looked like it.
It is full of shit.
237, I think, is the number.
237, yes. Sorry.
There's a whole lot of weird esoteric theories about this movie, and some of them do make you like go, huh. A lot of coincidences, but I'm not sure that they really ultimately carry that much weight in helping you to appreciate the film anymore. But Kubrick is famous for doing lots and lots of takes. Like, simple scenes would take weeks to shoot. They say that Shelley Duvall had to get backed up that staircase 100 times. Another story said it was 50 to 60 times, but still, having to be backed up a staircase, swinging a bat and crying at Jack Nicholson, who's yelling at you 50 to 60 times in a row. And the film was only supposed to be a 6-month shoot, and it ended up taking a full year to shoot. And they shot in chronological order. So when you think about that, you think about Shelley Duvall in chronological order. That means for 6 freaking months she was screaming and crying and hyperventilating and running around. And Vivian Kubrick made a documentary that makes Shelley Duvall look so bad. And I am happy that I have read, I've seen other documentaries lately of people who investigated, and they said Vivian Kubrick kind of did Shelley Duvall dirty in that documentary because she wasn't a diva. She was crying and running and screaming and hyperventilating for 6 months.
And by all other accounts, Stanley Kubrick really tormented her, you know, in seeking, you know, realistic performances. Yeah.
He had 2 cast crew members to be nice to her. All the rest of the cast and crew were told to ignore her or not be nice to her because he thought it would help the performance. She said several times she loved the experience. She wouldn't trade it for the world. She respects Stanley Kubrick. But she also says it was the hardest thing she ever did. And she's not one of my favorite actresses. I don't think she's... I hate to criticize her performance, and I'm not really criticizing it, but it's not one of my favorite things about the movie either. She's not
great
bad.
Olive oil.
She was, yeah, I guess so. But she's good in the movie for sure. When I think of some other actors today, they maybe could have done as good a job or better. But man, The Shining still works today. And I know a lot of the kids would call it a bit of a slow burn again. I hate those kids.
Another one though, ghost story. You know what I mean? It's a ghost story. You got to have a bit of a slow burn there if it's going to be effective.
I especially love when the ghosts from the hotel, like the guy behind the bar and the guy in the bathroom, talk to Jack Nicholson. They have the vibe. They have the vibe. But what is the man in the dog costume blowing the businessman? What is that about? Does anyone have insight?
What that's about.
What?
I think we all know what that's about, Scott.
I don't.
Well, I mean, I think it's
other than
let's
let's just
like anyway. But
it doesn't. I mean, it's weird.
No, it is very strange, but I think it's just in that instance meant to, weird you out with how unusual this is. That old woman though, the old woman in the bathtub, I think it was Steve Johnson who was talking about. I'm going to get it wrong, but anyway, the point is that it's like plastic wrap on her legs, and then they used colored shaving cream to like go down and just kind of seep down through the tubes of saran wrap in her legs. And or like they had it wrapped around, and then it's got wrinkles, and then the shaving cream kind of wiggled its way down, so when she steps out of the tub like that, and you can see all those veins and stuff, it's colored shaving cream under plastic. Kind of yeah,
it's nice when they achieve that stuff with over-the-counter materials. So The Shining is a movie, and the music too. I know Wendy Carlos did a little original stuff, but it mostly uses classical music. When I was watching the credits last night, I saw Penderecki and Ligeti. He used Ligeti in 2001, and he used him again in The Shining. But man, the score, the music, the classical music, it all works so well. This movie without music wouldn't be nearly as creepy. But this movie, I give it a 9 out of 10. Like, it's a classic for sure. Everyone needs to see at some point if they haven't already. Anybody else want to give it a score?
I would also give it a 9.
I'd give it an 8.
8?
Yeah.
Ben, have you seen it?
I have seen it, and you're not going to like it.
Uh-oh.
So, I mean, if you leave out the mystique of the production and the laurels of Stephen King and Stanley Kubrick, I mean, I feel like you just have a basic ghost story. And when I watched it, I'm like, and I finished it, I was like, what is this? What is it that people absolutely love about this film? And they say this film's so terrifying. In my mind, I'm like, what does this film do that? And you're gonna hate this, Scott. That Amityville Horror doesn't do. Did you get that last part? Of the clip?
Yes, I did. I knew it was coming. That's why you got this.
I mean, if you think about it, the two films are very similar. But
well, right before you said that dumb thing, I was about to tell you that if nothing else, this is a much better version of the Amityville Horror, which sucks.
Okay, let me put it this way. I feel like The Shining is a film that it matters a lot what you're bringing into it in terms of what scares you. For me, it's almost like typical Tuesday in northern Michigan. You get snowed in and domestic violence or what have you.
Oh, my God.
What the?
I just, for me, it's, I don't know. It's Amityville had just more creepy imagery for me than just two girls standing in the hallway.
I've seen both recently. Amityville's not nearly as well executed. With Stanley Kubrick, a lot of it's just in the execution. It's so fucking sleek and polished and purposeful and designed just right.
Yeah, technically speaking, it's a great film. I mean, it's beautiful.
But all that creates a tone. All of that creates a vibe.
Here's something though, is like The Shining to me isn't sad.
Not
It's
really.
creepy, it's eerie, it's whatever. It's not sad. The Amityville Horror is fucking sad.
Sadder.
It's sad.
It didn't make me cry. It made me happy when the
Well, it didn't
credits
make me
rolled.
cry, but I'm saying like you come away from that with such a. I mean, that's something. I feel like you come away from the Amityville Horror with a sense of loss that you don't
A
necessarily.
loss of 2 full hours of time.
Yeah, you saw where I was going with the joke.
I
No,
don't
not true.
get that movie.
I do. I think you come away with more of a sense of loss than you do from this. From
Sure.
The Shining, but
Sure.
you know,
I'll agree with that. They do ultimately have a different emotional end to
Yeah.
them.
I will give The Shining a 7 because I love the technical aspects of it are great.
All right.
But just in terms
As
of
long
the
as it's
scare
a
and the
6 or
story,
higher, I will let you live.
Yeah, I think a 7's perfectly acceptable.
that's acceptable.
And I'll also say this is a movie that's grown on me over the years. I could take it or leave it when I was younger. Like, it's just in recent years when I've watched it over and over again. What makes me want to watch it over and over again? I mean, that alone speaks for something, other than the fact that I have issues remembering movies. But anyway, we've talked about The Shining a bunch. Got to slap Ben a few times. That's always fun. We will
Robert
now.
and 1313. I haven't seen Doctor Sleep. I don't know if any of these guys have seen Doctor Sleep.
I
but it's
liked
on
it.
The list.
Yeah, I liked
It's-
it too.
Surprisingly good. If you have to make a sequel to The Shining, let it be Doctor Sleep. Not bad at
right.
all. And that woman,
Okay.
the woman, well, who's the actress in that plays the main villain, who's in Dune as Lady Jessica? I can't remember her name right now. She's really good in it. She's a very good villain. Robert got to walk the sets of Doctor Sleep.
Awesome.
Walked all through the Overlook Hotel sets. Oh, neat, Robert. It must have been shot in Atlanta because Robert works on film crews down there. All right, well, we'll go back to a much less interesting movie, the Gong Show movie. Enough said of that. Carney. Has anyone seen Carney? Because it's another Jodie Foster movie that sounds interesting.
It does sound interesting.
Tired of...
Busey?
Yeah. Tired of her dull job as a waitress, Donna decides to join 2 carnival hustlers and see what life in their field is like, with Jodie Foster, Gary Busey, Meg Foster, and Kenneth McMillan. I'm sold. All I need's like a Blu-ray, if anyone wants to send me one. Gorp is a slapstick comedy about the wacky antics of a group of waiters at a Jewish summer camp in upstate New York. It stars Dennis Quaid and Fran Drescher.
Fran Drescher.
It's a Zarkov.
I saw it, but I don't remember it. And then Charlie Brown was in theaters. I guess this was a first-run movie. Bon Voyage Charlie Brown. And then it probably got aired on CBS for years and years afterwards. Urban Cowboy was directed by James Bridges and stars John Travolta. He was a big star after Saturday Night Fever, still was in 1980. Deborah Winger, also at the top of her game in the early 80s. And Scott Glenn plays like their foil, their romantic foil in this movie. When I saw this movie, I was shocked that there's a scene when Travolta and Winger, who are, I think they're married, and you're supposed to like them. They love each other. She does something he doesn't like, and he just slaps or punches. He hurts her. Mm-hmm. And the movie goes on like nothing happened. And this is because in 1980, spousal abuse like that was not frowned upon as much as it is today. Because today, if you made that movie and you saw him haul off and hit his wife like that, done. You don't like his character, he's not redeemable from that point on. But for some reason, we were in a different world. That doesn't happen to me very often when I watch movies today from other times. I don't often go, oh my God, that was acceptable then. Maybe I'm watching all the right movies. I don't
Just
know.
wait till we get to Blue Lagoon later.
Happy Hooker Goes to Hollywood. A prostitute writes a bestseller book about her profession, which attracts the attention of a studio executive who attempts to adapt it into a movie. They have a falling off, and she decides to make the film on her own, despite sabotage. Adam West, TV's Batman, is in this movie. The Mountain Men, Charlton Heston, Brian Keith, play a pair of grizzled frontiersmen who fight Native Americans, guzzle liquor, and steal squaws in their search for a legendary valley so full of beaver that they jump right into your traps. I don't think that was supposed to in this fanciful adventure.
What?
All right.
I didn't read that ahead of time.
No, you did not.
Bronco Billy, I saw it. It's Eastwood. I don't remember it. I remember kind of feeling indifferent toward it. The Island is one I've seen within the last year, though. And I put off watching it all these decades because it was never well regarded. It didn't seem like it would be a very good film, but I was surprised. I dug it. I thought it had a mixed tone. It was kind of celebrating modern day pirates as much as it was trying to make you be afraid of them. And I thought it should have maybe not celebrated being a pirate. It shouldn't have made being a pirate look so cool.
Right.
When you're supposed to be scared of them and not want to be one. But Michael Caine's in it. The villain's David Warner. Solid casting. Beautiful island ocean locations. It's not bad. I enjoyed it.
Poster's awesome.
The poster is awesome. It's one of those that, you pass by a million times in the video store.
Yes.
And I think I kept passing it by. I seem to have a memory of watching this at some point, but boy, I don't remember a thing about it.
The interesting part for me is that they capture Michael Caine and his young son, and they give Michael Caine to a woman who's one of them, one of the pirates, and she basically keeps him as like a pet.
Yes.
And then the son starts to like David Warner more as his dad than his actual dad. So there's some interesting character
Dynamics.
stuff.
Yeah.
And it's David Warner. I mean, that's pretty much a big selling point for me. So
Oh, ditto. David Warner, having him in a movie, always a plus.
yeah.
Galaxina.
Galaxina.
I didn't know this was on the list.
Has anyone else besides Arthur seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it, but it's
No.
been a long time.
I don't know anything about it.
Love this movie, and if you are a Star Wars fan and a fan of little shitty movies, you need to see Galaxina. It is so fun, and it's filled with lots of quotable moments. It's got crazy stuff in it that you just wouldn't think of, but it's a tribute to all sorts of everything from movies like Saturn III and Forbidden Planet. What am I thinking of? Anyway, but and Star Wars, and a mix of the fantasy movies and stuff that were coming out at that time. Like parodies of everything from Star Trek to everything. And man, Dorothy Stratton.
Yeah.
She was
First sci-fi movie, I first and only that I can remember where there was a space brothel.
That was I was coming up to that. Yes. Porno, patrol. Any old port in a storm, any old hole. Anyway, it's it's great. There's some great lines from there. Like the madam of the Avery Schreiber is the captain, Captain Cornelius Butt of the spaceship that they're on. And anyway, so he ends up with the madam at this brothel, and after they're done and they're getting ready to leave and everything, and she says to him, "Next time you pass my house, I'll appreciate it."
Okay. So what I heard is little shitty movie. Scott probably won't like it.
No, I just can't see you not liking it if you go in with the right attitude, because
Is it better or worse than Barbarella?
It's better than Barbarella, I think.
Really?
okay, I'm going to put them right there on the same level.
Oh, wow.
Like, really
Okay.
putting them
Because
right
I like
there on the same
Barbarella.
level. If you like Barbarella, you're going to love Galaxina. The only difference is it's not Jane Fonda. It's Dorothy Stratton, who is a Playboy model who got murdered later on, but it's not. She's not as good of an actress as Jane Fonda. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And she's a whole different character because she's like the ship's robot. that they then have to reprogram to go out and find the blue star, ah, which happens every single time somebody says the blue star. Ah. I love it. I love it endlessly, and it's one of those movies that, again, I saw when I was very young. And there's titties.
Explains
and stuff,
everything.
But man, just another filled with cool creatures and moments. And
Yeah.
Really?
they run into a biker gang that worships Ali, David, son.
Okay.
Harley Davidson and something. Anyway, it's great. Okay, keep going.
Now, I have also not seen Holy Moses. Do you want to speak about that one for a second?
No, it's another one that I've seen it, but I don't remember it.
I don't remember it existing, but there it is. Rhodey is another one I haven't seen, but Meatloaf's in it.
Crazy.
If you want some meatloaf along with a side of Art Carney.
I do.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Well, look for Rhodey.
Okay.
Then we have
Blue Lagoon.
The Blue Lagoon.
A story of natural love.
A story of natural love. This is The Blue Lagoon, which is based on a book, but I heard that it's not based on much of the book. So I guess it's kind of a loose adaptation. It was also a film, I think, in 1948 or 58. Like, there was another version of it done. And they actually shot on the exact same island in 1980 for the 1980 version that they did in the previous one decades before.
In
The
Fiji?
director in Fiji,
Yeah.
with mostly an Australian, New Zealand kind of crew. Randall Kleiser is the director, and he was previously the director of Grease, which at this time was the third highest grossing film of all time. So when they asked him what he wanted to do, he wanted to do The Blue Lagoon. 2 kids, little kids. They're like, what, 7, 8?
Yeah.
They're shipwrecked with Leo McKern, an old kind of like surly, rough kind of old man. The 3 of them are shipwrecked on this little island, and the old man teaches them how to like hunt a little bit, how to build things, tie knots, rudimentary things to survive before he dies. And they just grow up on this island, go through puberty. I think they're cousins. When I was watching the film Friday night again,
I think so. She is an orphan.
yeah, her parents have died
Her
recently.
parents have died, and so she's being raised by her uncle.
Uncle, yeah, his dad.
Yeah.
So it's cousins, but that's better than siblings that discover each other. They go through puberty and they have their sexual awakenings. There's no one else around. It's just them. It's Brooke Shields, who was hot at the time, and it's Christopher Atkins is the guy, and that's what the movie's about. They kind of they ask big questions like about God. There's this statue somewhere on the island where this native tribe comes and makes blood sacrifices sometime. That kind of encourages them to think about deeper things. But I wouldn't say it's a heady movie. There's just a little of that in there if you want to dig into it. It's mostly about 2 nubile teens having those early pangs of sexual awakening and romantic love. They end up having a baby, and the baby is maybe, I don't know, 1, 2 at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And I won't spoil it except to say that it has a dramatic ending. And for a movie that I have a hard time saying what it's about because there's really not a whole lot of story. It is a movie that takes you somewhere. It is a movie that makes you feel things. It's a beautiful movie. As much as I'm sure people went to see this movie for prurient reasons, it's not a dirty movie. It really is not a dirty movie. You never see full frontal Brooke Shields. You never see her breasts. They're always covered by her hair or clothing.
That's not true.
It's a double. They had a double for her character.
Yeah,
and if you do see her, it's really far away and really dark. Like, he shows a little bit more than she does. But
Yeah.
if that's why you're watching the movie doesn't really serve that up. It's very innocent. It's very sweet. I find it very moving.
Saying all that, though, this is a movie that could not be made in that form today. It just would not have been. There's just no way.
No.
How
My
so?
wife's watching the stream, and she just texted me. She said, "Fuck, I have seen this. Horrible, unholy." She's from India.
Horrible, unholy. She doesn't like the Blue Lagoon.
Yeah.
Now there's a
She's from India,
sequel.
and she saw this, so I don't.
There's a sequel that's much less regarded than this one. But this one wasn't like, I mean, it made a lot of money. It was also one of the more profitable films of the year. But I think it's got mixed reactions over time. It's a
I
little
refer
goofy.
to this one as Lord of the Fly.
Lord of the Fly.
Oh, I guess it's a little bit like Lord of the Fly. It is goofy and it is corny. I think especially if you're watching it with a crowd, it's so easy to laugh at this movie because it's awkward. It makes you feel awkward. But if you watch it alone and you just kind of let it wash over you, I think it's very moving. I think it's very sweet. And I've also had a fascination with what would characters be like if they didn't have society telling them what to think and how to act. And I don't know that Randall Kleiser and whoever else worked on this movie really got a lot of verisimilitude with this film. But I admire the attempt at trying to explore, at least touch the surface of some headier issues, like what would humans, man and woman, be like if they were just on their own. That's a really fascinating concept to me. What would their relationship to God and to death be like? I don't know. The concept is interesting enough, and I think the intent was honest enough that I admired this movie. I like it more than I probably should. Maybe you would even call it a guilty pleasure, but I really dig the Blue Lagoon. Is anyone gonna?
The only thing I
No
have
one-
to say is I think if the actress Ellie Church were a man, she would be Christopher Atkins.
Well, she's got the hair for it.
The
anyway.
hair for it, yeah.
Yeah, she does look like Christopher Atkins. They have the same hair sometimes, but I like the music by Basil Poledouris a lot. It got an Oscar nomination for photography, I think, and it was very naturalistic photography. I think the photographer's the same one that did Days of Heaven, which is often regarded one of the most beautifully shot films ever. A lot of natural lighting. I think I even heard Kleiser or someone say they didn't even have lights on the island, which surely wasn't true, but it was almost all natural lighting. I think it's a really sweet, interesting movie. I kind of like the vibe. Again, my word of the night, vibe.
It's got William Daniels in it. If you're a fan of Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World.
There's not a whole lot of other people in it, so his part's got to
There's
be
not.
pretty small.
Yeah, he's in the beginning. He plays the uncle or Christopher Atkins' father. So he's in the very beginning and the very end.
Well, I am going to stand proud with my love of this movie.
Although
And I
Daisy 74
I will
says,
put a score on the screen, and I will give it an 8. Screw y'all.
I don't dislike it, but I do stand by the fact that it would not. It's in this form. It would not be made today.
Why? I didn't.
There are
What would they not be able to do?
the child actors that play the young versions of the characters are fully nude at the beginning of the movie for quite a while.
Yeah, you're right. No, I don't think they're for very. I think like a shot or two.
It's a
I
long
don't.
time.
But like they're little kids. There's nothing there. Like I don't know. I just that was a
Scott.
Epstein files. You don't know, man.
that was a you saw that all the time in TV and movies in the 70s, early
Yeah,
80s. Like
and
it
you
was
don't-
allowed.
And you don't see it now.
And you would
And
not
you don't
that
see it now.
today.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. It's another one of those things that, okay, now that I know specifically what you're saying, I agree. They probably wouldn't do that today. But again, I don't think it's a dirty movie. I don't think there's anything dirty about this movie. I think it's very sweet.
Well, Daisy 74 says she's not feeling it in the way that you're describing it. Sorry.
All right, Daisy. Not feeling that in the way you're describing. Sorry.
But
All
the
right.
next movie, I bet she'll be into.
What is the next one? The Blues Brothers.
Blues Brothers.
Yeah, the Blue Lagoon and Blues Brothers, I think they actually opened on the same weekend, too. So it was a very blue weekend. Now, I'll be honest, I've only seen parts of this movie growing up. I've never sat down to watch the whole thing, start to finish, and I've never wanted to. But I do like John Landis a lot, so I figure at some point I'll watch the whole thing and maybe I'll like it.
I think you're missing out. I think you're doing yourself a disservice by
Well, I'm not opposed to seeing it,
yeah,
but
watching this.
just haven't
watching
yet.
this film. Yeah, it's. I mean, because you're of this era anyway. You know, it's just so full of cool and fun. You know, I mean, they're on a mission from God, Scott.
it seems to endure. It seems to endure for some reason. I'm imagining the music's a big part of it.
It is, yeah.
Because they were like a musical act before this movie came out,
Well,
right?
I mean, the one thing I will say is that if you don't like car chases, this movie's about half an hour, so you can. If you don't watch the, car
I've seen one
There's a
huge
lot of
car
chases.
crash sequence. I like Dan Aykroyd. I've never really been a big Belushi fan, but I think he passed away before I even knew who he was, so I've only kind of discovered him in hindsight. So, Blues Brothers. Any other big fans of the Blues Brothers? 1313 ain't not really a big
13,
fan.
Nope.
Countless watches. Yeah, I mean, it's a perennial in home video. It seems like whenever a format comes out, it's one of the early ones out of the gate, and I assume that means it sells well. People remember it fondly. R.I.P. Belushi. Well, the Blues Brothers, and then we have Brubaker, which is a movie I did not know about and I want to see. It's about a new warden of a small prison farm in Arkansas who tries to clean it up of corruption after initially posing as an inmate. It's got Redford, Yaphet Kotto, Murray Hamilton, Morgan Freeman, David Keith, Everett McGill, and M. Emmett Walsh. So between the synopsis and the cast, I want to see this movie. I was trying to find a copy, but it's like $50 or more on the used market. It's hard to find right now. But I like to watch them on Blu-ray or 4K in the home theater if I can. Dressed to Kill is another Brian De Palma film. And I watched this a few weeks ago. Again, because I didn't remember it that well. And I really enjoyed it.
Did you?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Arthur sounds surprised.
Why would you be surprised?
I'm not necessarily surprised. I was actually surprised by how much I didn't.
I
Really?
didn't like it either. Yeah.
Wow, we're really disagreeing.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
You guys
like
are
it either.
wrong about the Blue Lagoon, and now you're wrong about Dressed to Kill.
Hey, I like the Blue Lagoon. I'm just saying it's in today's world it has issues, but I like the Blue Lagoon.
Questionable.
I also probably would have given it like a 7 or 8, but this movie I would give like a
6,
5.
maybe
Yeah.
10, 5, 6. It's I mean he was really trying something,
Too hard.
and they kind of go for the psycho thing, and kind of switch us over part way,
I think it's clever in a Hitchcock kind of way. That's what I like it for, is that it's just like formally interesting. It's actually strange that it doesn't really have a main character.
Not
Because
really.
you follow Angie Dickinson for a half hour, and then they kill her psycho-like. And then you kind of split your attention between her son, who's the boy from Christine, and
Yeah.
Mrs. De Palma, or his girlfriend at the time. What's her name? Nancy Allen.
Nancy Allen.
And she's a prostitute.
Yeah.
And then the prostitute and the son kind of team up to figure out who killed his mom. And Michael Caine is, you're led to believe, a protagonist mostly through the film. So I guess it has some dramatic issues in that it's not really clear on who's the protagonist and what is this movie about. But it kept my interest from beginning to end, and that's more than I can say for a lot of movies.
It definitely kept my interest from beginning to end. There's no question about that. And when I was young, I was very young, and I was sitting at the foot of my parents' bed. And I remember my parents were both in bed, and I was sitting down at the foot, and we're watching just the opening sequence. What I'm realizing now is just like the opening sequence of that. And I think they must have decided after that it was like, maybe this isn't the movie for him. But But while that's going on, there's like the rapey stuff in the shower, and then they're actually doing it in the bed. And at that point, when they're actually doing it, from somewhere behind me, my mom says, "He's killing her." And so that twisted some things up in my head. I have to say.
He's still dealing with that to this day.
I'm still dealing with it.
Still in there, but yeah, the opening did kind of stun me. Talking about things they wouldn't do today, they wouldn't shoot the opening of this movie.
They would not. I've never
Or
seen.
ca-
I've never seen someone enjoy a shower. So
Oh yeah,
much.
I mean it's a dream sequence though.
Yeah, but
I think
still.
it gets ridiculous before you
Man.
realize it's a dream sequence.
Yeah.
But Angie Dickinson, I just loved her in Rio Bravo.
Oh yeah.
I don't love her as much in this movie for whatever reason, but she's fine. I like Michael Caine in anything, and Nancy Allen
Yeah.
and the young man whose name I'm forgetting, they're good too. Pino Donaggio music is over the top in a good way. It's kind of lending you to think of this movie as a melodrama. So I don't know, I enjoyed it. It's the kind of movie, again, though, if I'd seen it 15, 20 years ago, I probably wouldn't have liked it. Ben, you got any thoughts on this one? Have you seen it?
I have not seen it, but I'm seeing everybody in the comments saying that it's a Giallo type film, and I love Giallo.
Yeah.
Between this, I never heard of cruising being associated with Giallo before, but I'll have to see it for that reason too. But
They're both kind of equal in terms of the Giallo component, I would say. They're not like full-blown Giallo, but they definitely are inspired by it.
oh yeah, that razor just now, that's like straight out of
Oh, yeah.
any show.
And then, of course, Mr. Burt Reynolds was still working in the early 80s. I don't know that he had a whole lot of hits in the early 80s. I think his career started to wane after Deliverance and Smokey and the Bandit. But he had something with David Niven and Leslie Ann Warren. And then The Stuntman came out, which we've already talked about in previous episodes, but I want to see that. Dave put it on my radar. And for whatever reason, it's passed me by, but it sounds like a good one that I want to see. Can't Stop the Music. The Village People. Bruce Jenner, Steve Guttenberg. Sounds like a cinematic oddity to me. And then we have one of Arthur's favorite movies, The Children. Arthur, why don't you tell us why we should see The Children?
Well, let me tell you. It's one of my favorite films. Not like a... No, it's one of my favorite films. Anyway, I saw this, I don't know, a bunch of times growing up. It was on TV often. I think it was definitely I think it was a night flight regular or something like that. But anyway, the point is that it seems like it's a made-for-TV movie, and I love the feel of those. It was not a made-for-TV movie, I don't think.
I don't think so.
But that's the only way I ever saw it. And there's just something so charming about all of it. The acting isn't good. The music is, I enjoy it a lot, but I think it would be questionable for, certain people. There's great, again, just characters in this. There's, again, not really a main character. It kind of floats between these several different folks in this town. It was originally going to be called The Children of Ravensback. And, but it's got such strange choices. I love a movie with choices, and this one makes its choices, There's a rich woman who's apparently well-connected in the town, so well-connected that she sits out topless by her pool with her muscle builder boyfriend, and the sheriff comes by looking for the kids, and her daughter is one of the kids who's missing, and she's like, "Oh, a kidnapping in Ravensback, how exciting," and then she's sitting there lighting up a joint in front of the sheriff, and he doesn't really do anything about it. He just picks up her little bowl of weed and dumps it in the pool and then puts it back down and is kind of giving her the side eye, but he doesn't do anything. And then later we have Sanford Butler Jones, who, after they've sort of quarantined off the town because they don't know what's happening. This is all happening because of like a couple of people at the power plant didn't want to go back and check that the levels were, like, it was sending some code that the levels were up, and they went and checked it and it didn't seem like anything was happening, so they didn't want to check it again. And the next thing you know,
one of those.
Yeah, next thing you know, there's this yellow smoke coming out of everywhere, and then a school bus drives through it, and the kids come out.
What, they become zombies? They have black fingernails?
And then they go to hug their parents and whoever else and turn them into pepperoni pizzas. And,
not literally, they just
not
look.
literally, they just look like that.
They have skin
They
conditions.
certainly do. Yeah, they certainly look like pepperoni pizzas. But again,
So is this a
cheesy
movie? Does it actually try to be a serious horror film, or is it tongue in cheek?
No, I think it was trying. I think it's trying with all its might to be a serious horror film, and it is.
I like the look
reason
of the trailer for some reason.
Enjoy it. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm kind of sold on the trailer. It doesn't look like the kind of movie I'd love, but it looks like the kind of movie I need to see.
If you enjoy made-for-TV horror films, you're gonna enjoy The Children.
I like some of them. And Disney was still doing Herbie movies, guys. In 1980, Herbie Goes Bananas came out. Like, for some reason, I thought Herbie was long gone by the 80s, but no, he was still out. Then a big comedy deal came out. A big deal, Airplane. Another one of those most profitable films of the year. Comedies don't generally cost that much. And the world ate this one up. I never saw it until like maybe 10 years ago when I was in my 40s. And they say some of these movies, if you don't see them proximate to when they came out, you'll never appreciate them. And I never thought that was true, but I don't love Airplane.
Yeah.
It's okay, because I will say that I do love it for a lot of the gags, but I am serious, Robert, and don't call me Shirley. But when you're going back and trying to show someone, like if I were to sit down, for example, with Ben, and
I wish you would
sit down with him and show him.
He needs a talking to.
Now, maybe Ben loves this movie. He's seen it. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that someone who I feel like has not seen it, and particularly someone younger, I feel like it's one of those where I'll be sitting down thinking this is the funniest thing ever, and then every single joke is going to hit weird. You know what I mean? And then some of them not hitting at all.
Well, I have seen it and I do like it.
Well, that's good.
It's been a while, but yeah,
it's been a while. But
I don't know. To me, it's like if you go now and you pick up a Mad magazine from then, and you and you hand it to somebody like Ben's age, and you're like, here, do you think this is no one thinks Mad magazine from 1980 is funny, because it's all very, topical and like Scott, I didn't see Airplane until fairly recently. I mean, maybe even more recent. I don't think I saw it until maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, and I didn't think it was funny at all. But well, I'm not even sure I would have thought it was funny if I had seen it when it came out. But I definitely didn't think it was funny when I saw it later on.
Well, as a kid, it was hilarious.
I'll take your word for it.
It was hilarious in ways, for reasons that
this scene was funny.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good
It's got moments.
And the other thing is like you have to kind of be in the cultural zeitgeist at the time to understand, like, Florence Henderson, for example, what is her purpose in being here? These two guys speaking jive and they put up subtitles. You know what I mean? Leslie Nielsen, for God's sake. There's the part where the pilot turns to jelly. Do you remember this?
I remember a blow-up pilot. I don't remember the pilot turning into jelly.
It might be Airplane 2, but I think it's Airplane 1, where there's a moment where they're just there and it's like this, like Jell-O like blob colored Jello that's sitting there with a hat on, just kind of right. And it reminded me of, at the time, they had just come out with those Renews-It air fresheners. So like you undid the top a little bit and it had this jelly stuff inside.
Oh yeah.
And if you touched it, I imagine that's what that pilot felt like.
Now, I did see Top Secret a few years after this,
Far
1984.
better. Far better.
See, I think that's a minority opinion, though. And I agree with that. I love Top Secret. It's like a 9 out of 10 for me. Love it. I find it so much funnier than Airplane. But even the people who made Airplane and Top Secret, they apologize for Top Secret. They hate it. If you listen to the commentary on Top Secret, all they do is apologize for it the whole time. It's the saddest thing ever.
I think that Top Secret holds up better today. For example, like if we were to watch both of these today, right now, I think you would get more laughs out of Top Secret.
I put my money on Top Secret, but I know a lot of people whose opinions I really respect, and they love Airplane. Comedy just hits people differently. I think it's really hard to predict.
Well, and again, there are things that you just this is not something anybody young is going to remember, but some of the older people in the audience might. There was a commercial for some beer. I'm trying to remember. Natural Light. Natural Light.
Yeah.
And,
Light.
yeah, and there was a guy, R.J. Johnson.
Yes.
And they had a whole thing with him saying, well, you could call me Ray, or you could call me Jay, or you could call me RJ, or you could call me RJJ, but you doesn't have to call me Johnson. And for whatever reason,
it really stuck, man. It really stuck.
It was everywhere, and people just loved it. They thought it was hilarious, and
I hated it.
I didn't get it then, and I didn't get it now.
No, and maybe that's why I don't get Airplane, because I for some reason that kind of humor doesn't hit with me at all. I just not a fan.
Certain things, yeah.
Well, the heart loves what it loves, and and laughter you can't control. Laughter is a really interesting thing because you can't. I don't know very many people who can stop themselves from laughing at things. It's such an automatic response, so like if you think it's funny, we're gonna know, and if you don't, we're gonna know. It's a very strange thing, humor, how it hits us. So I don't know. I'll see Airplane again at some point, and maybe I'll change my mind, because it's been a long time, honestly.
Well, it is one of those things, to be fair, like Robert just pointed out about the girl knocking out the IV with the guitar. It's one of those things where there's a lot going on, so there's a lot to miss and see again when you go back and rewatch it. So,
well, right after that, it's in July, we had Alligator, which is a movie that I remember catching little bits and pieces of when it was on TV growing up, but I never sat down to watch the whole thing till maybe 5 years ago, and I was somewhat impressed. It was for, let's make a Jaws remake, twist it a little bit, and do a cash grab, because it's a cash grab mostly. You could do a lot worse with a Wake of Jaws cash monster remake. You know what I'm trying to say. And it's got Robert Forster in it, and I like Robert Forster. So we lost Dave. David left. David must hate Alligator. Any other Alligator fans?
Me.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. I love Alligator.
It's one of those. It definitely messed me up as a kid. And in fact, like more than Jaws, when I am in a swimming pool, like it doesn't have to be dark. I just close my eyes. Maybe there's even an invisible alligator in there. I don't know. But I saw that kid get pushed into his swimming pool during his little Halloween birthday party, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And the pirates are making him walk the plank. And that light comes on and you see, oh, there's an alligator in that swimming pool. And that kid goes in and he doesn't come out. You know what I mean? And like, that was effective. And I still think about it. I'm still scared of alligators in the pool, even when I know.
I mean, you live in Florida too, so
well,
actually,
yeah.
Maybe that has something to do with it. Because you did grow up in Florida, didn't you?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. I saw an alligator just yesterday,
Really?
like in real life. Yeah.
Damn.
So I love that cover art and that poster.
Yeah, it's a great cover.
The alligator poster?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the font too. I always love that.
Any of you seen My Bodyguard?
I did, but I don't remember it very well.
I kind of adore this movie. It's directed by Tony Bill, who like 11, 12 years later would do Untamed Heart with Christian Slater and Marissa Tomei, which I also think is a really sweet movie. This one's about I think it's a junior high or high school kid that's bullied all the time. So he like pays this bigger kid, played by Adam Baldwin, to be his bodyguard and basically fight his fights for him. But the bodyguard guy, Adam Baldwin's character, is also got like a backstory that people are a little scared of him, and so like a genuine friendship develops between this picked on kid who's played by Chris Makepeace and this bigger kid played by Adam Baldwin. That is, it's a cute movie. Yes, there is some comedy, but it's like Little Darlings that I was talking about earlier, that it actually gets genuine in its depiction of the characters and their problems.
Wow,
And it's
Joan
also got
Cusack.
a hell of a supporting cast with Matt Dillon, Joan Cusack, Ruth Gordon, and John Houseman and Martin Mull.
Wow.
So I just thought it was really sweet, and it's one I haven't seen in a long time. So I was trying to fit it in this weekend, but I just didn't have time. But I highly recommend, if you like coming of age movies, that's one of my favorite subgenres. This is a really good one.
Wow. Yeah, great cast. I'm gonna have to watch this again. I got mixed up in my brain with My Tutor and My Chauffeur.
And I get those mixed up too, because I know I've seen one, but I couldn't tell you which one.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we also had Oh Heavenly Dog, which I have not seen, but it looks like a Chevy Chase movie.
Yep.
Anyone seen it? Is it worth checking out?
I saw it. I liked it. I don't remember it, but I mean, it's basically Chevy Chase's like Shaggy DA sort of thing. I mean, I think he gets transferred into the dog somehow.
Hell yeah, you loved Untamed Heart. Untamed Heart, man. I dig that one. Cheech and Chong's next movie. I have not seen a Cheech and Chong movie yet. So
Not
I don't know
ever?
if I'm I don't think I've seen any. I've seen them in other movies, but not a Cheech and Chong movie. So I don't know if they're any funny or not.
I say that, but I'm not sure that I've ever actually seen one either.
Oh, boys.
Well, how much do we suck?
You got to see some Cheech and Chong movies.
Oh, do we?
But yeah, I mean, you know, again, it depends on how the humor is going to hit. You know, you have to be of a certain mind.
Perhaps we need to imbibe and partake of something before
Couldn't
we
hurt.
watch them.
Certainly wouldn't hurt.
Dave's not
Speaking-
here, man.
Dave's not
Dave's
here.
not here.
But these are movies that I watched them all in high school, and now they're mixed together, Up in Smoke,
Yeah.
and you know, well, I guess they've kind of gone up in smoke, kind of. But
I'm
But
glad
I
they've
mixed
kissed and
up,
made up,
so-
though, because you know they were estranged for a long time.
yeah, I did know that.
And now they've kind of kissed and made up, and they're doing some stuff together again. Speaking of ganja, Honeysuckle Rose with Willie Nelson
All right.
was another big movie that year. I did not see it, but Willie Nelson was very big on the charts then. Used Cars was one of Robert Zemeckis' early films before he would take off with Romancing the Stone and Back to the Future. I think Used Cars was the one before those. And it has Kurt Russell as the main star. And I just saw this within the last year, and I liked it. And I don't like a lot of comedies. And I think Bob Gale also, his co-writer on Back to the Future, had something to do with it. I could be wrong, but I think he was also involved. So as someone who doesn't like most comedies that he sees, I like this one, so I guess that counts for something. I don't know. The Big Red One is a Samuel Fuller movie with Lee Marvin, Mark Hamill, and Robert Carradine. A hardened sergeant and the 4 core members of his infantry unit try to survive World War II. Ben, it's history. Is your pulse quickening?
Yeah, I watched this one when I was young, and I remember
Oh.
my mind being blown that Luke Skywalker was in a war movie.
Yeah.
The Earthling. Guys, I got to tell you a little bit about The Earthling. I just saw this movie this year because I went on a William Holden kick. I've really fallen in love with William Holden in recent years. This movie is about this man, William Holden, who's dying of cancer. He decides to go back to Australia, I guess where he's from, to die. But this kid, played by Ricky Schroeder from Silver Spoons, his parents in that RV you see right there, they die. Like a freak accident, the RV falls off a cliff and Ricky Schroeder's like left on his own in the middle of the outback. So he finds William Holden, and William Holden's like, man, I came here to die, and now this little blonde bitch is here that I have to like take care of and shit. So they've got like this antagonistic relationship, but the movie's sweet through that kind of antagonism. And basically, Holden leads him to this oasis of a home that burned down. It's ruins. I'm a big sucker for movies with ruins in them. So at this beautiful ruins, as far from civilization as you could possibly get, where William Holden's at death's door, all along the journey, he's taught Ricky Schroeder just enough to survive. And basically, he's saying, I'm about to die, and you need to get out of here on your own, and you have what it takes. I've taught you. So go do it. And the movie's smart enough not to milk that final moment. You know it's going to happen, but you don't see it happen. It's one of those movies that's sentimental without trying too hard. And I love William Holden. It's a good William Holden performance. This movie just came out of nowhere. I don't know. I hadn't known about it for very long, but it impressed me. And I love movies that take place in nature as well, so I'm kind of a sucker for that. I recommend it. No one else has seen it, right?
I have not seen it.
All right. Well, hopefully, if my haters out there who don't like me for liking the Blue Lagoon see it, they'll like this one. And I promise there's no controversial nudity in it.
Although I will say that it looked like it wasn't a freak accident that van fell off the cliff. It looked like they drove right up to it. Like
they didn't do it on purpose. It's some kind of a freak accident.
Okay.
But man, William Holden, he's really become a favorite as of late. I've never seen Caddyshack. That probably sounds like a sin, but comedies aren't usually movies I seek out for some reason. My family, we went to all movies, but not comedies.
You hate to laugh. I see.
We would go if it was Eddie Murphy. For some reason, we loved Eddie Murphy, and we saw both Crocodile Dundee movies in the theater. But I don't remember seeing any other comedies with my family in the theaters. We just didn't find comedies very funny very often. This is something that's on my radar. I need to see it. It's Harold Ramis. He directed it. Harold Ramis is pretty damn good. I've seen several other Harold Ramis films. Bill Murray's in it, so
Yep.
I'm going to like it, I'm sure.
You're going to like it.
The Sea Wolves, another World War II movie to get Ben excited. This one with Gregory Peck, Roger Moore again. Boy, he didn't take a break in between those Bond movies because they were every couple of years. And he was putting in 2 action movies in between. David Niven. Middle-aged crazy, I don't know what that's about, but Anne Margaret's in it. People of a certain age are all about Anne Margaret. Dave, I believe that's your generation, isn't it? Aren't you the Anne Margaret crowd? Do I get another fuck you?
I hate you.
I'm sorry.
Hey, look, I'm in the Anne Margaret generation too, so whatever, you know.
I'm just lashing out at the Blue Lagoon hate, that's all. Disney gave us another movie I've never heard of called The Last Flight of Noah's Ark. This one's got Elliot Gould, and it looks like Ricky Schroeder's in this one too. So even before Silver Spoons, that little guy had a career. And then there's The Final Countdown. Which has nothing to do with this movie, if I'm not mistaken. A modern aircraft carrier is thrown back in time to 1941 near Hawaii, just hours before Pearl Harbor's attack. It's Kirk Douglas and Martin Sheen and Catherine Ross. I'm interested. I've not seen it, but I like that cast a lot. Steve McQueen, again, don't really care about him. He made some movies that are good, but he never excites me for some reason, so I probably won't be seeing that one. But then we have Xanadu.
Manitou.
Which is a movie that demands some attention.
Yeah, it does.
There,
All
Robert.
the attention. There she is. Look at her.
There she is, Olivia Newton's John.
I love
the music. I love the music in this movie.
Of course you do.
When I think of the movie, all I think of is her voice and the Don Bluth animation that's in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
So
I've been.
good.
It's on 4K, and I'm dying to add it to my collection because I want to hear it.
She's
in
on
surround sound.
4K. Well, they're quads, I guess.
I don't know what this movie's about. It's just about a dude that kind of imagines the perfect woman,
No,
and then she like.
no. It's
This-
about
Okay,
an-
I've got that all wrong.
It's
Then.
it's about an artist who is, like trying to fulfill his destiny as an artist, and he reaches a roadblock, and he receives help in the form of a muse from mythology, and she guides him to what his actual destiny, which really doesn't have any in the end has really nothing to do with art. It has more to do with music
owning a
and
dance club.
yeah,
Love.
opening a dance club called Xanadu, and then so she does her job, and she's going to leave, but they have fallen in love, and so they have to find a way to stay together.
I remember it was
dude.
on TV, and my mom would sing along to it.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack was immensely popular.
The soundtrack was as popular as the movie wasn't.
Yeah. But there are songs from the movie that are super great that didn't make it onto the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Oh man, so much about this movie.
Arthur and I are big fans, in case you can't tell.
Yeah.
I remember it fondly, but it's been a while.
Well, it's one of those things, even in the story, so I don't know if you know this, Dave, but in the original version, he was actually supposed to have painted that Nine Muses mural.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really mention it, except he says later, I do this for somebody. I paint somebody else's mural. And that's the only connection. But I feel like that was something that would have given people a stronger understanding of what was happening,
Yeah. It suffers from some poor editing choices, I think, here and there,
but overall, man,
but it is the single best roller disco movie ever made.
ever made.
There's no second place. It's
There is
the
no
only
second
one.
place. There's not even a second contender.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Xanadu the name of Citizen Kane's Mar-a-Lago or something?
Yes.
What's the connection there? Is it just
I think the name Xanadu even goes back further than that, though.
Kublai Khan.
Kubla Khan.
Kubla Khan, yeah, it's a poem.
Yeah, there's a poem. I
Xanadu
only have a
Kublai
vague
Khan, a stately
awareness of it.
legend on decree.
Okay.
Yes. Fiendish plot of Fu Manchu. Talk about movies that we wouldn't do today. Something tells me Peter Sellers has made up to look like someone from Asian persuasion
Yeah.
in this movie. I have not seen it. And then we had Why Would I Lie, which I've never heard of, but it's got Treat Williams in it, and I like Treat Williams. So
Is it Treat Williams as Pinocchio?
kind of looks like it, at least somehow, figuratively.
I don't know. Something in it's contagious, though. So
The most outrageous comedy of the year. Somehow I doubt that. City of the Living Dead has lots of different titles, but it's largely got released here in America in 1980. I think it
as
hit some other
Gates of
markets.
Hell.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it as Gates of Hell in the video store a bunch of times.
And didn't it have the same art even?
Yeah, same art.
Yeah, same art.
It just says Gates of Hell. Yeah.
It's weird how they had to rename so many movies, and you ask yourself why.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Octagon's a Chuck Norris movie, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the poster. Maybe he wasn't famous in 1980. I don't know. But it's a martial arts Chuck Norris movie.
He became more famous the further the 80s went, but yeah, I think at that point, not so much.
Smokey and the Bandit 2 was the sequel to a wildly successful Smokey and the Bandit. I don't think the sequel did nearly as well.
Nope.
Maybe I'll learn otherwise at our end of the show numbers, but I don't think it landed the same. But man, the first one, I know that made a big hit in the box office.
I remember people still liking it, though. I still liked it. I think it
never
wasn't
seen
until
one.
the third one that I was like, okay.
I didn't even know there
we've
was
left-
a third one.
Yeah, Smokey and the Bandit 3.
Oh,
Smokey
really?
is the bandit.
Oh.
As said by Einstein 2 Station in the game of charades in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
Prom Night, a horror movie, again with Jamie Lee Curtis. I take it
It's
you're a
good.
fan of
It's
that one
slasher.
then.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Then we have those lips, those eyes. Stage-struck adolescent learns about love the hard way while interning at a Cleveland summer stock during the early 50s with Frank Langella and Tom Hulse. I don't want to see it, but I do like those actors.
Yeah.
And then Jackie Chan had a movie, Battle Creek Brawl, which probably is not an American film. Knowing Jackie Chan movies, probably had another title and was released in another year. But I'm not an expert on Mr. Chan, so someone else would have to tell us about that. And then here's a couple of movies. I don't know much about McVicker, but I looked into Willie and Phil, and this is another one I have to put on my radar. It's a remake of the French film Jules and Jim from playwright Paul Mazursky, starring two actors I really love and pretty much will see anything they've been in. Michael Aunt Keene, Sheriff Truman from Twin Peaks, and Margot Kidder, one of the most criminally underrated actors of my lifetime, I think. So I'm going to try and track down Willie and Phil. Never even heard of it before this show. The Kidnapping of the President, I believe, has William Shatner in it. But that's about all I can say about that one. Raise the Titanic. Once they said God himself couldn't sink her. Then they said no man on earth could reach her. But an underwater research agency headed by Admiral James Sandecker is assigned to the job of finding the doomed ship in her North Atlantic grave with Jason Robards and Richard Jordan. He Knows You're Alone, a horror movie. Mm-hmm. And then we entered September with another Corman movie, trying to cash in on the success of Star Wars with Battle Beyond the Stars.
Battle Beyond the Stars. It has John Boy in it.
Yeah.
A lot of people worked on this movie who went on to have big careers later on. James Cameron and Galen Hurd. I think they might have met on this movie or really close to when they worked on this movie together. And then they would go on to do Terminator and The Abyss and Aliens together. James Horner scored it again. That's where James Horner kind of connected with James Cameron. And it does have a neat cast.
It's got
George
a neat design
Peppard.
to the ships, man. They all look like uteruses with testicles.
Yes.
I think that was Cameron. I think that was Cameron's stuff.
Probably. He loves that stuff.
Who did the special effects? Do you know? Was it Douglas Trumbull?
I don't know.
I have to look it up.
I remember that movie wasn't bad. I remember thinking it wasn't
not
that bad. And again, I love the James Horner score probably more than anything.
Good creatures.
Ordinary People is one of my 3 favorite films of all time, so I do have to take a minute to review it. It's based on a book that sold really, really well, and I believe it was a bestseller by Judith Guest. It is about a family. They're kind of a well-to-do New England kind of family. And they have 2 sons, 2 teenage sons. There's a accident at sea. The 2 sons are in a boat, and one of the sons drowns. And the remaining son tries to commit suicide. When the movie starts, it's after those events, and you learn those things about this family as the story goes on. But when this movie starts, you just know it's a weird family, and they're not talking to each other about things. They're all hiding things. They have secrets, you can tell, and you don't know what they are, but you slowly start to piece it together, especially when the boy, the surviving son, Timothy Hutton, who won an Oscar for his supporting performance, goes to see his shrink, played by Judd Hirsch, who was also nominated for supporting actor for this movie. Mary Tyler Moore plays the mom, and Donald Sutherland plays the father. Both of them were also nominated for leading performances. The film would win for Best Picture and Director and adapted screenplay by Alvin Sargent. Basically, this movie is about how trauma and grief can do one of 2 things to you, depending on how you confront it. If you try to run away from it, if you try to hide from it, it'll come back and get you. It'll best you. If you deal with it, if you talk about it, if you're emotionally honest and available, you can put it in its place behind you and move forward. And there are characters in this movie who take one approach, and there are characters in the movie who take the other. And this family ends up falling apart by the end because Mary Tyler Moore's character can't deal with it. She just can't. And her surviving son reminds her of her son that passed away. It's really awful. And she's a cold character. The first few times I saw this movie, she comes across more as a villain, but the more I see it, the more I feel for her character. And her she just can't deal with it. She just can't. And I relate with that. There are things in all our lives that are just, how do you confront them? But the boy has to confront them because he's already tried to kill himself. If he doesn't confront them, what's going to happen? He's going to try again.
That's part of what's so hard for her, though, is that, like, you know, I think they paint it that the older boy was kind of her favorite.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then the fact that he tries to kill himself is like a betrayal almost, because that's like, you know, he is reminding her of the older son.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then he tries to get out of her life in that way, you know. It's kind of heartbreaking. This movie is sad, dude.
Oh, it's complicated.
Yeah.
It is sad. I cry every time I see it, and I'm going to try not to cry reviewing it tonight because I've already done my fair share of crying on previous shows. But Donald Sutherland's character has to make a choice at the end of the movie. No one gives him the ultimatum, but he's in it nonetheless, and he has to choose between his teenage son, who his coworkers say is about to come of age and go off to college, so let him go. Be with your wife. But the wife wants nothing to do with Timothy Hutton. She's done. She can't deal with it, so she just can't be a mother to him anymore. And he decides his son needs him more than his wife. And this movie has characters in it that I know. I just know them.
You know those people. Yeah.
I'm not going to say a whole lot more about it, except that it's personal in multiple ways. And it's exquisitely done by Robert Redford. The performances, I'm not going to say they're the best performances of all time, but they're damn good. They're damn good. Timothy Hutton deserved his supporting performance. I would love to have seen Donald Sutherland beat Robert De Niro for Raging Bull, but that wasn't going to happen. And I would love for Mary Tyler Moore to have beat Sissy Spacek for Coal Miner's Daughter, but that wasn't going to happen either. But this movie is so moving. You will not see very many other films with as complex depictions of characters with psychological issues and very tangled relationships. And it is a writing movie, it is a directing movie, it is an acting movie. And it's fucking brilliant. I give it a 10 out of 10. I think everyone needs to see it. And I know a lot of people feel like Raging Bull should have won the best Oscar that year. And maybe it should. I need to see Raging Bull again. But man, I have a hard time imagining that I'll like very many movies more than Ordinary People. So if you've never seen it, I highly recommend it, especially if you just want to have a cathartic, emotional experience. That's it for Ordinary People, so I don't fucking cry again. The older I get, man, the tears, they just come so easy. Yeah. Then Woody Allen made a movie, Stardust Memories. Imagine that. Woody Allen. Actually, I don't know that he directed that one, but I think he did. Anyway, I'm not a big Woody Allen fan. Bette Midler did Divine Madness, which I have not seen.
I think I did see that.
We also have a comedy called In God We Trust. And then Resurrection sounded weird to me. It didn't sound like a horror movie, but it did seem like it might have supernatural overtones. Ellen Burstyn's in it, and I've always really liked her, so that might be worth checking out at some time. It's also got Sam Shepard in it, and that's another actor I really like, a playwright and an actor. Phobia. Arthur, do you remember that one?
I don't. Again, it's one of those that I feel like I've seen, but it could just be that I spent so long looking at the VHS cover. You know what I mean? That's another one that's very familiar.
Kind of abstract looking.
Yeah.
Then there's Super Fuzz.
Oh, there's Super Fuzz. Awesome. Okay,
this year.
I'll talk about that in a second.
Well, I don't have anything to say about Hopscotch, another Walter Matthau movie. He was putting in a lot of movies there in the early 80s. I don't know if any of them hit. So what can you say about Super Fuzz, Sergio Corbucci?
It's excellent. There's actually an actress in that movie. I'm just going to say this right now because we're getting close to Thanksgiving, and my Thanksgiving annual watch is a movie called Blood Rage, and it's not good, but I love it. It's got Louise Lasser in it, who I do love, and it's got the actress from this movie, who plays the girlfriend of police officer Steve Speed, I believe is his name. And so he is maybe he's Swedish. I don't know. He's got some
Maybe.
some sort of accent. But anyway, and he is a cop who goes out on a beat he's delivering like a ticket to this guy in the swamp for having like an illegal hut out there or something. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but basically he has to canoe out there, and then there's an alligator that gets in the canoe on his way back. And so he tries to fire his gun up into the air to scare this alligator away. Unbeknownst to him, the government has launched a secret missile that is supposed to do something we don't really know. But apparently when he fires the gun into the air, it shoots the missile and makes it rain down some sort of radioactive red light all over him. And then from that, he gains superpowers and begins to be a super cop and arrest people quickly and all that sort of stuff. But he has a flaw in his superpowers. His weakness is that whenever he sees the color red, he loses his powers. So this evolves pretty much how you think it would. He goes along trying to bust up the crime ring, and losing his powers, and then getting him back, and then busting up the crime ring, and then seeing red and losing his powers and getting him back. But it's lots of fun. Ernest Borgnine again in a supporting sort of role. Terrence Hill is this guy's name, our Steve Speed, and I don't know, man. There's something just really enjoyable about the whole affair. If you like, again, it feels kind of like a made-for-TV movie from the 80s, But I know that me and my cousin sure loved it and watched it a whole bunch of times. And if I had realized it was on here, I would have brought up my VHS copy. But now I think it's on Tubi under the name like Super Cop or something like that.
Yeah, because today I guess they wouldn't know what fuzz is.
Right.
Yeah.
The Exterminator. Is that one on your radar, Arthur? I don't know about that one.
Again, it's one of those that it seems like I saw the VHS cover, but no, I don't think I ever saw that one.
How many of you have seen The Gods Must Be Crazy?
Yep. I enjoyed that.
I feel like I should have seen it by now, but I haven't. Is it like a sketch comedy movie?
No.
It's got like an overriding narrative. It does.
Yeah, I remember it having an overriding narrative through the whole thing. I mean, we're mostly sticking between a couple of different characters, one of them being the conceit of the film is that these, Americans are flying over somewhere in Africa, and they drop a Coke bottle out of their little Cessna type plane, and one of the tribes people finds it and is amazed because they've never seen anything like it, and so they're trying to figure out what it could be and what it's for. And to them, since it fell out of the sky, it's a gift from the gods, so it's got to be useful for something. And so everything from making music to cutting things out, and everybody wants to use it, and they fight over it, and it becomes this like must have almost religious item within their tribe that they all fight over. And then there's like some, the other group of like more modern individuals who keep kind of encroaching. We see some of their story going on, but I'm having a hard time remembering how it wraps up.
I remember my best friend Heidi loved it, but it's one of those ones that I never saw. And that's kind of unusual because whatever she saw, I would see. And John Sayles had a movie in that fall called The Return of the Secaucus 7, which I have not seen but have heard a lot about. Then we have Gloria, a movie that I wanted to see for the longest time and finally did see because I love Jenna Rollins immensely, and she's really good in it. She got an Oscar nomination for it. And it's about her trying to protect this little boy from these, gangsters or mobsters that are after him. But the sad truth of the matter is that the little boy is not a great actor. He has a couple of good moments that you could tell they worked really hard to get with him. and the rest of it he kind of struggles. I don't know. It didn't hit the way I wanted it to. I wanted to love this movie because I love Jenna Rollins, and I just ended up liking the movie. The music by Bill Conti I thought was really good, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like there's a lot in there to like.
Yeah, it's got the ingredients, and it's not a bad movie. If you like Jenna Rollins, especially, I say see it. Just temper your expectations.
That's right, Robert. Thank you very much. Robert says they send a member from the tribe to throw the bottle off the edge of the earth, which is a cliff up on a mountain.
Robert knows,
From
man.
the gods must be crazy, yeah.
It'd be nice to have a competition between Arthur and Robert to see who's seen more movies, because I don't know who'd win. Then we have The Elephant Man, gentlemen. The Elephant Man, which is the film that David Lynch directed after Eraserhead. This was what put him on Hollywood's radar. This is the movie George Lucas saw when he decided to ask David Lynch to direct Return of the Jedi, which David Lynch gave serious consideration for about half a day and then said no. And it's the movie that Mel Blanc, or not Mel.
Not Mel Blanc.
Which Mel am I thinking of? Mel Brooks saw Eraserhead and said, this guy can direct anything, and paid for The Elephant Man. Mel Brooks financed this movie and didn't put his name on it because he was afraid people would expect a comedy.
Yeah.
This is a true story. Merrick is the guy's name, born in England, who had this elephantitis disease where his bones, some of them grew really large and a lot of them were misshapen, and he could barely live. It's a miracle that he lived as long as he did with all these maladies. And John Hurt, the wonderful, great late John Hurt, plays Merrick under the makeup in this movie. Freddie Jones plays the circus master freak show leader that employs John Hurt at the beginning of the movie when he doesn't have any other way of making money other than as a freak show. And Anthony Hopkins plays the doctor who thinks he can help John Hurt. And I think Anne Bancroft has a big part in the movie as a woman who has some nice conversations with Merrick later in the film. And Wendy Hiller's also in it. It is such a dramatic, emotional movie. Even as a kid, I remember my brother and I, we liked to watch it because it's kind of like a car wreck. I mean, it's sad and obscene to say, but when someone looks this way as a child, you can't help but to watch. And there's a scene to that effect when he's in the subway I guess he's trying to escape a mob who are curious as to why he wears a bag over his head, and they're making fun of him. And at a certain point, that he's just such a spectacle that the entire station has surrounded him. And he screams at them and says, "I am not an animal. I am a human being." And it's the kind of obtuse writing and obtuse filmmaking that only David Lynch could pull off and make you really feel something about. It's an incredibly moving, incredibly beautiful film. Very sad. They use adagio for strings, the same music Oliver Stone used for Platoon, the really moody, sad string music. This used it before Stone did to tremendous effect at the end, which, spoiler alert, beautiful ending when Merrick has had a happy day. Really, all these awesome things have gone right for him. He went to see a play. He found a group of people who gave him respect and dignity. And at the end of that day, I guess he just decided there'll never be a day better than this one. So he lies down to go to sleep, which is something he was never able to do because the way his brain and sinuses cavities are, if he ever lies down, he'll drown. So he basically offs himself at the end of the film. But while he's doing it, he remembers his mother telling him about how nothing and no one ever really dies. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful film. You guys have any thoughts on The Elephant Man?
I wanted to watch it again really badly before we did this show tonight, and it's sadly almost impossible to find, at least streaming anywhere. It's not for rent anywhere.
See, I haven't seen it, and I didn't realize Anthony Hopkins and John Hurt were in it, and that's really galvanized me to go see it. In addition to the fact that it's David Lynch. But you're describing that ending, and I have this really weird sense that I did see that, even though I didn't think I'd ever seen this movie. So
maybe caught it on cable or
Maybe.
something.
Yeah.
Well, Criterion put it out here in America, so you can get the Criterion Blu-ray. It's not on 4K yet, but I imagine they'll get to it because they've been putting out all David Lynch's stuff on 4K lately.
But this was definitely one of those that was like a television event. You know what I'm saying? That they were going to play The Elephant Man on TV. Because I didn't see this shit in the theater. You know what I mean?
I didn't either. And
it was several years later, maybe, that it was a big thing that they were playing it on TV. And that's how I saw it initially. I mean, I've seen it since then, but...
Yeah, I don't think my brother and my mom would never have rented this for me and my brother to watch. It's the kind of movie that you just kind of skipping channels and it's on and you're like, what's this?
Exactly.
And you just end up watching all of it. And we were little kids, man, and we ate it up. I think this is, oddly enough, a film that even children can enjoy. I say that, and then you'll watch it, and there's something horribly offensive in it. George Burns was still kicking it in 1980 with Oh God, Book 2, a sequel to a successful Oh God, You Devil. And then we come to a movie that we're going to take a minute to review called Somewhere in Time. Ben, you're the one that's going to tell us what this one's about. Go for it, buddy.
Yeah, so it's about a playwright who, on the eve of his claim to fame, is approached by an old woman he doesn't know who gives him a gold watch and says, "Come back to me." And she just disappears in the crowd. And he doesn't know who she is. And it's a complete mystery to him. And then 8 years pass. He's a famous playwright now. His work's in demand, but he has what I gather to be writer's block. This is the part where the story was a little bit, or one of the parts where the story was a little bit ambiguous. But I did gather that he had some measure of writer's block, and he was just going to hit the road and go somewhere. And it's funny because, so a lot of the film takes place at the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island in Michigan, which is kind of a hidden gem in the Mackinac Straits where the two peninsulas meet. There are no cars on this island. So I had to laugh when he's just about to pass it while he's driving, and he just decides he's going to stay there. Right. Which, because there's no cars on the island, it's all horse and carriage. Even goods are freighted by horse and carriage from the docks and stuff. If you want to travel there, you have to leave your car on the mainland, take a ferry, and then just travel by horse taxi wherever you want to go around the island. But in any case, so he stays in the Grand Hotel, which is built in the 19th century, and there he sees a portrait of a woman who he learns is named Elise McKenna, and who's played by Jane Seymour, the playwright being played by...
A.K.A. Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman.
Yeah, and the playwright being played by Christopher Reeve.
A.K.A. Superman.
But he realizes there's something about this woman who's just really striking to him, and that's something that I feel like the film is also a little bit more ambiguous about, and it's surprising. Some of the writing, I feel like, isn't super great, and it is surprising because it's a Richard Matheson screenplay.
I was surprised to see that.
Yeah, I was too. I said, this is the same guy that, brought us I Am Legend.
And The Incredible Shrinking Man.
Yeah, and it does have sci-fi elements to it with the time travel.
A little bit. It's a real hippy dippy means of time travel. You just lie in a bed in an old costume and imagine really hard that you're there, basically.
But yeah, so he does more research about this actress, and he slowly learns that she has a lot of overlap with his life. That he has this pocket watch that he learns belonged to her. That this was this old woman, and that she died the night that she gave it to him. That she has a model of the Grand Hotel that plays the Rachmaninoff song that he loves so much, and that she's been reading the same book about time traveling physics that he studied under the man who wrote it in college. And he then eventually does find a guest book at the Grand Hotel from the year 1912, which was when this actress was at her height, and he saw that he had signed his name in that guest book in 1912. And so he knew he went back there. He knew he time traveled. So he confers with this professor, and the professor says that he stayed in Venice, I think it was, and that he was able to hypnotize himself to the point where he was able to travel back to the year 1571 in Venice, but it was only very brief, and because of the presence of modern items that he wasn't able to sustain it. So it's funny because I was watching it with my wife, with whom I honeymooned at the Grand Hotel at Mackinac Island, which is this film was kind of near and dear to my heart. When I saw those shots of the Grand Hotel, it touched me very deeply. Seeing that again.
Does it look a lot like it does in the movie?
Absolutely. I will say that, and I think my mom was telling me this too, that the hotel rooms weren't in the Grand Hotel, and it shows because the rooms in the Grand Hotel are also just lavishly decorated, and each room is different. And those look just like normal hotel rooms. Although the view, it looked like they might have kind of superimposed the view that you would have seen from the Grand Hotel of the Straits. But when he's in the dining hall, that's the same dining hall that we ate in. The lobby of the Grand Hotel, the exterior scenes, the courtyard where he runs down the stairs to see her after she remains after all those events. In any case, but. So he learns how to hypnotize himself to travel back in time. And it's funny because my wife was indignant or incredulous about how that works as time travel. But they're saying in like quantum physics now that manifestation, it does have some merit. I don't know the details of it.
I was going to say there's a whole subreddit dedicated to people who believe that you can time travel this way and who claim that they have done it.
Yeah, there's also, remote viewing, which is something that maybe you don't believe in, but the CIA fucking believes in.
That's right.
And where
astral projection, even just
astral projection
transcends space and time. But
they all sound cheaper than building a DeLorean time machine.
But so he does find a way to travel back to 1912, and he meets this actress who was somehow told by her manager that she should expect a man who was going to screw up her life. That doesn't necessarily happen, although apparently
that's not that hard to predict.
Yeah,
no.
And I think
that's a given.
And they kind of set it up like the manager had some unique insights that that this was going to happen. That he himself might have been a time traveler, but that's not the case. He's just crudely jealous of her career. He makes it very clear he didn't take her under his wing just to groom her to marry her. So it's not really like a love triangle thing. But it doesn't go any deeper than that. He's just
he's played by
jealous,
Christopher Plummer.
Yeah, just jealous manager who goes well out of his way to,
I saw this movie for the first time yesterday, knowing we were going to talk about it, and I was expecting to like it. I do like Christopher Reeve in the movie. I think he gives it his A game. I'm not going to blame Jane Seymour for a bad performance because I think she does a good job with what she has, but I think the part is a really weird, tricky part to play. She's contrived by the plot a lot instead of being her own person, I think. Yeah. And Christopher Plummer's good, so I love the actors, and John Barry gave it a beautiful score, but the relationships, I didn't really feel the love between them. I thought John Barry was doing all the romance in the movie. I didn't understand why these two people loved each other so much. I didn't quite invest in their relationship. I didn't buy it.
There's kind of this suggestion of cosmic predestination or something like that. I don't know, but it's
I need more.
My wife was saying it was hard to buy too.
It's because as beautiful as those two people are, they don't really have a lot of chemistry.
No.
That might be true.
Yeah. It's true. But I do have a theory that this is actually the prequel to Donnie Darko. That she's actually Grandma Death and wrote the philosophy of time travel.
Oh wow! Now that's cool.
That is cool.
That is cool. Yeah. She's Grandma Death.
So eventually, they do connect, and they right there talking about their plans to get married, and she's ripping on him about his suit that's 15 years old, even though he bought the best 19.
I thought he looked very dapper.
Yeah, and then he's going through his pockets. He's like, "Yeah, look at everything I can hold here," and he pulls out this penny from 1979. And it just launches them right back to 1980.
And then the movie really started to lose me.
Yeah, which I don't know. Something about the way the time travel stuff was shot, I really liked. If you're going to...
visually it's fine.
If you're going to leverage the power of film just to get that across without special effects, I think they did it really in a really cool way. And it's kind of... That really hits you in the gut where it's like, it just hits you that it's 1979 coin and then it's just being launched back and...
But I have issues with the end of this movie for the same reason I have issues with Twilight movie. But my friend Jen Handy took me to 2 or 3 of those damn movies before I quit watching them. And in one of them, Robert Pattinson's like not around. And so Kristen Stewart just sits on her bed and rocks back and forth all sad while literally the seasons change behind her out the window. And I'm like, girl, get a hobby, get a job, find another boy. And I'll also tell you, I hate almost every John Cusack movie I've ever seen, because in every John Cusack movie, with rare exceptions, it's always about John Cusack falling in love with a girl and then
pining
losing the
away.
girl and not knowing how to move on with his life without this girl.
Scott just doesn't believe in love.
I believe in love. I love that makes sense. But in this movie, Christopher Reeve loses Jane Seymour. I get it. That's a horrible loss. I wouldn't want to lose Jane Seymour. She's fucking gorgeous. But he loses her, and he can't figure out how to get back to her. So what does he do? Sits in a chair for 7 days, doesn't eat, doesn't drink, so he can die. Spoiler alert. And then they cut to a Ghost and Mrs. Muir type ending where everything's white and she's waiting for him, and then they're together again. So he can't get back to her, so he dies. That's the end of the movie. I'm like, dude, I'll tell you what I told John Cusack and what I tell Kristen Stewart. Get a hobby, get a job, find someone else. You're going to die anyway. You'll see her then. And then it didn't work for me.
My wife brought up a really good point that if they were able to meet in heaven, quote unquote, does that mean that her soul was in heaven while simultaneously in 1912? Or is it just... It kind of brings up that time paradox thing where it's just a different...
I think there's a lot of paradox stuff in this too.
Stop picking away at it, Ben.
It unravels.
She was incredulous about the time travel.
We don't have time to get into that. But at a future point, Ben, you and I should definitely discuss that because I have a lot of theories.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
on this movie in particular?
Yeah, and just the whole idea of like bilocation and what that means for your soul, and it's not but just bilocation, it's sort of an omnilocation, and what that means in terms of everything from the way that the world actually works to things being a simulation. It's Robert, it's a long conversation, so
we'll have to start a whole other podcast show for that.
Yeah.
Well,
which isn't the worst idea. I want to address Robert and let him know I haven't seen Say Anything. I've heard it's one of his better ones, so I will hold out some hope that that's good. But I will say High Fidelity was something I couldn't get through 45 minutes of. I thought it was terrible.
Okay.
Go on.
All right,
but the other big question mark I had, though, and maybe because you guys also saw it, maybe you know, but how did she know he was a time traveler, that she would find him in 1972 and give him the watch and say, "Come back to me"?
I feel like the script doesn't explain itself on a lot of that stuff.
My best guess is that he literally went poof, and that drove her to read the book that his professor wrote and stuff like that to learn about time travelers, and she figured it out, but.
Maybe. I mean, they're playing a sort of game of leapfrog throughout the whole thing, So,
yeah.
Well, does anyone want to say that they love Somewhere in Time? As much as I dogged on it, I'm not saying it's a terrible movie. I would probably give it maybe a 5, maybe a 6. It's pretty. It does have it creates a nice, again, the word vibe. And I love Christopher Reeve. But I wanted something. I was expecting more and better.
I like it better than Back to the Future.
Oh my
God! Stop!
Just for that, I ought to give you a set of elephant balls.
Maybe she's in a tangent universe. Anyway.
Maybe.
All right, we're going to move on from that. I'm going to move quicker through some of these. I have not seen either of these.
Nope.
I have always wanted to see Private Benjamin.
Very good.
It's good.
I've never been able to find a good home video version to buy. I'm hoping it comes out on a good. And for a long time, it was pan and scan only, and I had a rule about never watching pan and scan. So I love Eileen Brennan, and I love Goldie Hawn.
If you didn't love Goldie Hawn before this movie, you would after it.
I already love her.
Yep.
And then Kurosawa had a movie that came out in America, Kajamusha. The Man with Bogart's Face.
Huh.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it, but I would be into that maybe.
And then we also had Faye Dunaway and Frank Sinatra in a movie that I can't read the title of.
Yeah, I can't read the title of. What is it?
I used to know. Oh, well, it's a movie. Breaking Glass sounded interesting and bizarre, but I don't know that I'd ever want to watch it. But Fade to Black is one that I think a number of us have seen.
It's
Arthur,
a
I
favorite.
know.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Ben, is this one that's ever hit your eyeballs?
Not yet.
I think it's one that you're gonna dig, Ben.
Yeah, I think Ben would like this movie.
Yeah.
Didn't it just get like a big boutique label release not too long ago? I want to say
Not too long ago. I feel like in the last few years. I can't remember how I watched it. I think I had it ripped to a hard drive. I've been watching hundreds of movies I ripped to a hard drive. I really like the guy. The main guy in it is the lead actor in Breaking Away. And I think he's a really good unsung actor who never got enough credit. And this is a really good performance. He carries the thing. And if you're a film fan, he's a film fan. He works at like a film distribution marketing company. And whenever he kills people, he dresses up as some kind of iconic film type character. So it's got that kind of a thing. It's basically a slasher. Mickey Rourke has a supporting character in it that you just saw. But if you're going to make another slasher movie, it's different enough and definitely well executed enough to definitely give it a look, I think.
Yeah, I think the major thing is, I mean, if you are, a cinephile, if you are a film fan, you'll just find so much to love in it and to relate to this character, even though, I mean, he's a little
out there.
He's a little out there, but some of his decisions seems like he's a whiny little bitch, and other ones you get it. It makes total sense as to why you might push that bitch down the stairs too.
I mean, she was getting on him.
Yeah.
And somehow this movie, which couldn't have had a very big budget, they got permission to shoot the climax at the Mann's Chinese Theater.
Yeah.
Inside and on top of. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
And the girl is a dead ringer through most of it for Marilyn Monroe. I mean, she really does look a lot like her.
So it's pretty well regarded in horror circles today, too, I would say.
Yep.
And then we have Michael Douglas, Charles Grodin, and Jill, can't remember,
Clayburgh.
Yeah.
Berg.
In something. I like Michael Douglas enough to maybe want to give it a look, but we also have Terror Train, which is a horror movie that has passed me by. Arthur, did that one ever?
Yeah, no, I love that movie. That is a great flick. Again, I think Jamie Lee Curtis is in it.
Really?
Yeah. And it's about a party that takes place on a train. It's like a big costume party that takes place on a train, and people start getting knocked off, and the killer switches up costumes, and like who is it? It's really, it was good. I dig it a lot.
Motel Hell.
Motel Hell. It takes all kinds of critters to make Farmer Vincent's fritters.
That's a big box, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Big
Look
box
at that.
VHS.
Yeah.
I've only seen this once, and the thing that I remember is just a powerful piece of imagery. Those heads, basically. Is he planting the people in the ground and slitting their throats so they can't speak or scream?
Yes.
And so there's these scenes where he's going and tending to these heads planted in the ground, and they're just like...
Well, now, wait. He's not just planting the heads.
The whole bodies are buried there.
The
But it
whole
looks...
body is buried there.
Yeah. But it
And
looks
then-
like just little heads in a garden.
Yeah. But...
And they're all going...
yeah.
So that scarred my memory.
Yeah. But yeah, they capture people, him and his sister capture people, from the side of the road. He's got all these different traps, and he likes to do the traps because they're, creative. And so they take the people and they bury them there, and then they start pumping them full of like beef broth or chicken broth, some kind of soupy mixture that they've made that is what they're feeding their cattle, essentially. And then they will go and hook up a tractor and some rope to the head and get them staring at some funky lights like they're tripping out on some funky lights, and then yank their head off. And
honestly,
that's
that
super
sounds
fun.
like a better time than some of my days lately. Melvin and Howard was an award winner. Mary Steenburgen picked up an Oscar for her supporting performance in that one. And then we had Schizoid and Foolin' Around. Loving Couples, which the title makes me want to barf. The Awakening.
Again, it's one of those I think I've seen, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. But it looks like I need to see it again.
I like mummies. There's a mummy on the cover.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's got more mummy in it than Universal's The Mummy from
Maybe
the
it's better
30s.
than
anyway.
Time Walker.
Charles Bronson made another movie. Times Square. I can't remember. Oh, Tim Curry's in it. I can see that in the poster. I looked that up and it sounded kind of interesting, but it's really obscure.
Yeah.
Touched by Love.
Which the title just makes me want to...
Yeah, I know, doesn't it? And Sunday Lovers. So barf, barf, barf.
Wow.
Christmas Evil. I think I've got some B-roll for this one if I can find it.
Okay, so
Well, I thought I did.
while we're talking about that, so first off, this movie, real fast, I'm going to summarize it,
Go
is
for it.
about a guy who works at a toy factory. He's got some little mental issues. He's got a brother who he grew up with, and when they were kids, they saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Yeah, right there. Yeah. And but his brother kind of, pushed it off, but he became really obsessed with Christmas and Santa Claus and the whole deal. And so he starts working at this toy company, and he's pretty high up in the toy company, but he gets pushed around by this bully there and tricked into, working an overnight shift. And he starts to realize everything that's gone on and how shitty people are, and how the toy company doesn't even make good toys anymore. They just make plastic crap, that he's going to change some things. And so he gets himself a Santa Claus suit and a beard and puts it on and gets some toys and takes a bunch of toys from the factory and goes out and starts delivering toys. But not everything goes quite as planned. Anyway, the ending to this movie,
Really?
chef's kiss. It is the best ending that it could possibly be. Like, you go through this whole thing with this guy and you really feel for him. And if you get into it, you get into it, and then the ending, it's like you realize this can't continue, but also like you don't want him to lose.
I want to see it now. I'd
So you
written
really
it
should.
off as just another holiday slasher movie.
No,
I think that's kind of... it's so hard to get me interested in a holiday slasher. But the
one thing-
trailer and you talking about it makes
Yeah,
me actually want to give it... it looks fun.
It's fun, and it's short enough to where it's not a big
I'm a
time.
big fan of short, too.
Yeah, it's really good. I do want to say, though, Brandon Maggart is the star of this movie, and it's one of the only movies that I know of that he had a starring role. He was in Dressed to Kill. He played Cleveland Sam, the guy from Cleveland that Nancy Allen goes to see at a certain point in that movie. But anyway, Joe Spinell was also in Dressed to Kill. I didn't point that out at the time. Anyway,
We've
Brandon
missed a
Maggart-
lot of Joe Spinell movies.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about it. But
I'm
Brandon
serious. He was
Maggart-
in at least 20 of these damn things.
Brandon Maggart was also in a Showtime show called Brothers, which was the first place that I saw him, where it's three brothers. One of them owns a bar, one of them's a construction worker, and the youngest brother is gay. And they're trying to deal with that, especially Brandon Maggart's character, who's the construction worker, older brother. He's like, "Ugh," but he's got a gay friend named Donald who comes in who's very gay. And that's, part of the conceit of the comedy and whatever.
I like how very gay involves hand gestures.
Absolutely. Well, you have to if you're very gay, But Brandon
That's how you
Maggart
know.
is Fiona Apple's father.
Quit pounding on your desk.
Sorry. So if you know Fiona Apple, the singer,
Yeah.
that's her father.
Oh.
And that's
Just-
it.
Well, that one's on my radar. It really is. Like, if I can find a Blu-ray of that, I think I'll
Tis
pick
the
it up.
season.
And it is the season. Does anyone want to say something nice about Raging Bull? Because I only saw it in the 90s, and I don't remember it that well, but I didn't care for it a whole lot in the 90s. It didn't speak to me, let me put it that way. It's the kind of movie I do need to see again, and I will see again, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, I own it. I've seen it a couple times, and it's about a middleweight prize fighter who is trying to like win a championship, and he's got anger issues that spill over into his life, and he basically self-destructs, ruins his own life, ends up being a nightclub performer, I think, in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, people wanted that one to beat Ordinary People, and I'm not sure I'm going to agree with that ever.
No.
Then we had The Idolmaker, and we had Heaven's Gate, which is historic because it went so over budget, it bankrupted United Artists, and that studio never came back in any significant form. I don't know why they let it go so far over budget. I remember reading a review of this movie. I think it's a famous review, but I can't remember who said it. It's like a 3-hour forced tour of one's own living room. Yeah. And then when I saw it, I agreed.
Yeah. Again, the tagline, the only thing greater than their passion for America was their passion for each other.
The Boogeyman, another horror movie. Is this a good Boogeyman? Is it better than the one from the 2000s?
No, so I haven't seen that one yet, and I'll tell you that's because that's based on the Stephen King story that I really loved that story when I read it in Night Shift as a kid. And then I saw that they made a movie of it, and it really was not very good, but it did have that guy from Army of Darkness in it. Army of Darkness, one of the knights who's trying to whip him and get him to get in the pit. Anyway, but so this has nothing to do with that. This is much more the Boogeyman in terms of like Michael Myers, the Boogeyman. But it's about a couple of kids who, again, when they're young, they see it's not their parents, their mom and somebody else. I don't think it's their dad. I think she's had a new boyfriend anyway, and he puts on pantyhose over his head because they're having a kinky thing, and they catch the kids seeing him, and he goes and ties the kids up to their bed, or ties the boy up to his bed, and then the sister comes and frees him with a knife to cut the ropes off, and he takes that knife and goes and kills the boyfriend, stabs him in the back while he's fucking the mom. But it's all captured in this mirror. And so it's all seen in this mirror, and then later after the girl grows up and the brother has also grown up, but now he's mute, and there's some sort of like, thing in the film where like whatever a mirror sees, it captures, and if you break that mirror, it releases whatever it's seen. So she does, and then she ends up later with like a piece of the mirror in her eye and talking like this, and like, but I'd buy that for $1. It's got a lot of kind of cool moments. It's a little slow, and no, I would not count it among the best slashers, but I like it.
Sounds like an also ran. We also have The Long Good Friday. Looks like Mr. Bob Hoskins is in that. He was a mighty fine actor. I've heard of that film several times, but I've never seen it. And then we have The Apple.
Oh my.
Which is a movie that does have to be seen to be believed. Dave, you've seen it most recently. Would you care to synopsize it?
It is it's a biblical allegory for, the Adam and Eve story, basically. And it's about this young couple who are tempted by a record executive who wants to, promote their act, and the I can't remember the guy's name who's basically the Adam character. He doesn't want anything to do with it, but of course the Eve character, she's tempted, and she takes a bite of the apple, and she joins him, and so many things ensue, and it's basically a musical through and through.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's its redeeming quality, is that it's a musical.
That is its redeeming quality, is the fact that it's a musical. And I before the show I mentioned that it's kind of like Xanadu on a $20 budget. It's got like a Xanadu aesthetic to it. The costumes and
It's a futuristic too.
Yeah.
I think it takes place in 1999.
no, it's like 1994.
94.
14 years into the future.
Wow. I remember thinking some of the big spectacle dance numbers were kind of cool. There was some good production value going on. And there's one musical number where they're all in beds and they're like,
Yes.
like that right there.
Right there,
I'm
yeah.
like, it was audacious.
Yeah.
And it's also worth pointing out.
And then
Excuse me.
And then for some reason, this couple, they get back together and they join like this hippie commune. And I couldn't even tell what that had to do with the rest of the movie. But
This is from the fine folks who started a few years later Canon Films.
yeah,
Well, this is again Menachem Golan was like very interested in this film. Do you know? You might be interested to know that at one point they wanted Steven Spielberg.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Direct this, right?
sure
But
they
he
did.
was already tied up with Close Encounters, so he couldn't.
Oh, that was why.
that's why. he
Sure,
didn't
I'm
do it.
sure that's why. Yeah, he's not. I'm sorry, I can't. But
The lead actress is a lady of note. She was also in
Mary Catherine Stewart,
Night of the Comet. And I think she's got another one. Is she in Last Starfighter, maybe?
Yeah, Last Starfighter.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like she has a couple of other cult movies to her name. This is kind of movie you got to see to believe. I had it on Blu-ray and I lost it. I need to get it back because it's just so weird. I've got to have it. It's just fucking weird.
I feel like there are similarities in this to Xanadu,
Doesn't it end like just bonkers? Like,
Oh my God! Yes,
time
hey,
comes.
hey, yeah, God comes down. The rapture happens.
Yeah.
God shows up
It's just the hippie.
in a white Rolls Royce floating in the sky.
For no reason and
For
with
no reason.
with no preparation. You know what I mean? I think somebody says, they call him Mr. Tops.
Mr. Tops.
Yeah,
Whoa.
Mr. Tops is going to show up. What do you mean? Who's that? Mr. Tops. And then he shows up and it,
Is it Joss Ackland? Do you guys know that actor? Is that who plays God in this? Okay.
I
Might
don't
be
know.
someone only I'm paying attention to.
The existence of Mr. Tops would imply that there is a Mr. Bottom.
Well, Mr. Bottoms is the guy who
I think
runs
that was
the-
in Cruising.
him.
Oh, that's right. That was in Cruising. I forgot.
But BIM controls everything. The record label controls everything in the thing, and so I think that's why they became hippies, was to try to get away from the record label's control of the world and just be their own commune. And
It's
then
nuts.
it's nuts. It's just nuts.
It's gloriously nuts.
Gloriously nuts. Totally.
I don't usually agree that movies are so bad they're good, but there are some that are so just misconceived that they're awesome. This is one of those.
Phantom of the Paradise. It reminds me somewhat of
Oh,
Phantom
yeah.
of the Paradise.
Yeah.
I can see that. I haven't seen that movie, but from what I know of it, it does seem familiar. I know.
What?
It's on the list, man. I promise. It's been
bump
on
it
there
up.
for a while. I will.
Bump it up. You will like that one.
We also had a low-budget horror film reuniting actors Jack Palance and Martin Landau,
Yep.
who had previously been in Alone in the Dark.
Alone in the Dark.
And this is directed by Graydon Clark, who I asked for permission. Now, I was like Ben. I went to the source. He was at a convention, and we were getting ready to shoot Found, and we knew that we needed a lot of horror posters to decorate, so Graydon Clark gave us permission to use the poster.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he had the rights to it, but it felt nice. We also had The Visitor and Paul McCartney and Wings and Rock Show, because rock concert type movies were a lot more popular back then.
We got to stop for a second to talk about The Visitor just real fast.
Alrighty.
Lance Henriksen's in this movie. If you see this movie, it's about Swedish people from space coming down to Earth, and there's a lot of psychedelia and dream stuff, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I recommend it. I recommend seeing it. It's very difficult to explain, but if you have not seen it, I definitely recommend it. It has nothing to do with this like claw and the blood and the eyeball, nothing at all. It is not like anything else.
Well, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, definitely give it a shot.
Especially today.
Yeah.
And then despite Richard Dreyfuss and Amy Irving being in this movie, I've never heard of The Competition. But I have heard of Flash Gordon, and I've seen it a few times too.
Does Amy Irving play is she a piano player in that movie?
I couldn't tell you. I've never seen it.
I think I've seen it, but probably not since it came out.
We'll put it on your list, Dave. Flash Gordon, Dino De Laurentiis, man, he had money. And he wasn't afraid to spend it on stuff. So he threw a lot at this Flash Gordon movie, which when I was little, compared to Star Wars, it just looked cheap and awful.
Yeah.
But as I got older, I was like, this is like really kitschy and cool in its own right. And the Queen music, you put Queen music on a movie, and if it would have sucked otherwise, it's now a mediocre movie. You know? Like Queen music does that to movies. So this is actually a pretty fun movie. I remember it fondly.
Super.
I haven't seen it in a while, though.
And Ming the Merciless is it
Max von Sydow.
Max von Sydow, yeah.
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 It's got some other notables in it, too, but it's got production value.
Again, this is Barbarella again.
Kind of,
And,
that level.
But maybe a little more fast-paced and fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think I saw Flesh Gordon before I saw Flash Gordon, and I'm not sure what that says about me.
I did too.
Oh,
you were
we're
just
perverts.
This isn't the same. How are people all over the country really digging this film, you know?
Flesh Gordon has its merits as well.
Sure.
We also have Christopher Walken in The Dogs of War. And we have a movie with Shirley MacLaine, Anthony Hopkins, and Bo Derek called A Change of Seasons. I hadn't heard of either of these movies. I feel like if they were any good, I would have heard of them. But sometimes I'm wrong about that. Good cast anyway in all of them. And this one, Stir Crazy is a bewildering one for me because it was like in the top 3 grossing films of the year. So it was one of the absolute most popular films from 1980. But I feel like it's also had like one of the lesser shelf lives. Because I don't see it on cable. I don't see it being released on home video. I don't see people talking about it. You know what I mean? Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor were at the top of their game, I think, in the late 70s, early 80s.
They were, for sure. I'm sure that was a big draw. I don't know how big of a draw. I did not know until this moment that it was directed by Sidney Poitier.
What?
I'd forgotten that.
Look on the damn
Sidney Poitier.
poster. And I'm like, wow, I had no idea about that. I remember thinking that it was very funny, but I don't remember anything about it. I haven't seen it since I was a kid, you know.
I think of all because they did a small number of films together, I think this is perhaps their biggest hit together. I could be wrong. They sure did well this year. I've not seen it. I feel like I need to, though. Then there was Popeye.
And then there was Popeye.
I remember we went to the theater, I think it was in Florida. We went to Disney World. We must have in 1980. And we went to see Any Which Way But Loose. And Popeye was also playing. And I remember trying to get Mom and Dad to take us to go see Popeye instead. And they wouldn't do it. And I'm glad they didn't because I caught it on DVD much later and I didn't care for it. But I know there are a lot of fans of this movie, and I think I understand why. I'm just not a fan of Robert Altman. I think if someone else had directed this movie and kept the music and kept the cast, it could have been special. I think Robert Altman was the absolute worst director for this. Any other thoughts on that, guys?
No.
I'm gonna kind of go with you on that. I mean, I love the sets. I love the town. I love everything visually about it. I love the songs. I love the actors. But its pacing is Robert Altman slow.
And he didn't shoot those sets right either. He does not know how to frame a movie to save his life. Yeah. He has other strengths. He has absolute other strengths, but staging a scene, I just don't think is one of them.
I don't know. man.
I'll try to revisit this one again at some point.
I would bring up the player.
I love the player.
I think the player.
It was almost
the
like a
best
different
Robert
director
Altman
by
movie.
that point.
Yeah,
For me,
that's the best one in my opinion.
I know I've seen another that I like, and I'm just having a hard time bringing it. I can't remember which one it was. But I also always thought Popeye was a flop, and it actually made a lot of money. So I learned that putting together stuff for the show. Inside Moves. I can't remember what I was going to say about that movie, so I'm going to look it up.
It's about
real quick.
fisting, I guess.
I really don't think it is. That was Cruising. It's directed by Richard Donner.
Really?
I love Richard Donner. I thought I'd seen all of his movies, but this one, I missed this one. Handicapped after an unsuccessful suicide attempt, a man finds common ground in the troubled souls at a local dive bar with John Savage, David Morse, and Diana Scarwood. By Richard Donner alone, I have to see this movie because he's one of my favorite directors. And then we have a horror film that I cannot read the title of. Can one of you read it?
Night Kill. Never heard it.
Well, then we'll pass that by. Tess was a big awards contender for the year. Have not seen that. Tribute, another Robbie Benson movie I'd never heard of, but this one has Jack Lemmon in it, who I have come to acknowledge, like many other people, is one of the greatest actors who ever lived. Man, China Syndrome?
Yeah.
That's one of the best performances by a male actor in a movie ever. Jack Lemmon in that movie.
I want to go back to Tess for half a second and just
Go
say
for it.
that it has nothing to do with the movie. It's just that I was looking for another Nastasia Kinski movie after I saw Cat People, and then I found Tess, and I watched Cat People again.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it.
It's interesting how these actors, when in the day when she did these films, I'm sure she thought Tess would be the one that would have a life, and I'm
Yeah.
sure it did for a while. But today, which movie is one that people still watch? Cat People. Any Which Way You Can is the sequel to Every Which Way But Loose. And my dad was one of the world's biggest Clint Eastwood fans, and I've inherited that. Almost an obsession, because there are people with great track records. He's one of them. He's only made 2 or 3 movies I would say are bad, and he's made like 100 that are good or better. And so when he makes a comedy with an orangutan and Ruth Gordon's in it, I'm there. That's funny. That's warm. I enjoyed those movies quite a bit.
Yeah.
And then, of course,
I like
9 to
Sandra
5.
too.
Who?
Sandra Locke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was married to her
Yes.
for a little while.
Yeah.
She was in a lot of his movies together. I think my favorite pairing for the two of them was The Gauntlet from the 70s. I think from the 70s. 9 to 5 came out in December of 1980 and made a big splash, I think because Dolly Parton was huge on the music charts, and of course Jane Fonda was a superstar, and I think Lily Tomlin was fairly well known as a comedian at that time, and Dabney Coleman's not chopped liver. This movie is one that still holds up today. A lot of people, I would say, champion it more than most of the movies we've talked about tonight. I would say it's almost a cult hit. Because if you've ever been a woman, you're probably going to relate with the things that happen to these women. I don't want to mansplain, but I feel like most women, even though this movie came out, 40 years ago? 45 years ago? Not enough has not changed that they still relate with this movie.
Yeah.
And the chauvinistic boss that Dabney Coleman plays, and the way he treats them, and the way they're not respected the same way their male counterparts are.
And wanting to poison him.
And wanting to poison him.
The fantasy sequence is my favorite part, the part I remember the most, when they all three have their fantasies of what they'd like to do to this man. And doesn't one of them involve animation? There's animation.
Oh, yes, with Lily Tomlin's.
It's like a
Snow White
Cinderella
and-
type moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow White. So it's been a little while since I've seen this, but I do remember thinking it was pretty fun, pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And that song, man, 9 to 5, it's freaking
Catchy.
awesome. I remember hearing Jane Fonda and Lily, I think it was Fonda, talk about the first time Dolly Parton told them what that song was going to sound like. And she did the beat by clacking her fingernails together, to simulate the sound of type.
Typewriter.
typewriter,
Yeah.
and they knew right away it was going to be a hit, and it was. It's a great song. And it's a movie that's endured. Then we have Seemed Like Old Times and The Jazz Singer. Seems Like Old Times has a great cast, but I haven't seen it.
This is I can't talk about either of these movies, but I've seen both of them. That's it. That's my whole thing. But it Seems Like Old Times I remember enjoying. That's it.
The Mirror Cracked is coming out on 4K pretty soon. I just saw a bunch of Agatha Christie movies announced. I can vouch for The Formula, even though it's got George C. Scott, Marlon Brando in it. It's boring. Altered States was one of the last films to come out in the year. Altered States. This is another one that I've seen, but it has been so long that I really couldn't tell you definitively what it was about. And I remember just kind of having middling feelings about it.
It is about a man who is I can't remember exactly what he started trying to do, but eventually he gets himself into this like sensory deprivation tank and starts regressing backwards. And it almost seems like to some degree that's the point. Like he's talking about like, I became a caveman and I ate a goat, just blood with my hands, and like just the power of it and what it was doing to him. And then his girl partner in there is kind of trying to save him from regressing all the way back into, an embryo dot of Christ consciousness,
I remember having some trippy imagery.
It does. Yeah, it's very freaky. I started it last night and ended up not finishing it. Not because I didn't like it, just ran out of time.
Yeah.
We were ambitious with this episode. We all tried to cram in as many 1980 movies as possible.
Yeah.
And I think the last film on our list is this next one, First Family, which I've never heard of. It sounds like a straightforward family movie to me, though.
Well, so then let me come back here for a second to Altered States, which is there was some controversy over it during, with the Christian imagery, and in particular the seven-eyed, seven-horned Lamb of God, as it were, on the cross falling out. But the Bible says that's actually how Jesus looks in heaven.
Oh.
Yeah.
This was directed by Ken Russell.
Ken Russell, yeah.
Who is no stranger to controversy. And it was written...
Oh, Lair of the White Worm's so good. Anyway.
Written by Patty Chayefsky, whose Network is one of my favorite films of all time. So I might revisit it just because I don't remember it too well.
You should. It doesn't have as much to do with drugs as you meant. Oh, Maniac!
Maniac's the last one.
Yeah!
Maniac.
Joe Spinell's in this one.
I think I've got some B-roll, but I'm afraid to play it. Here it comes.
Is it from Flashdance?
Why would it be from Flashdance?
Because she's
The Maniac song.
No.
Oh, on the floor.
Things have not changed, Arthur. You always say a joke, and I totally don't get it.
I got it.
Yeah, I know. You're normal. I never get Arthur's jokes, and they're always... I'm just so naive, I guess. I don't know. But I remember seeing this and thinking it was pretty good for a slasher, but it's never been one of my favorites.
So in this scene, Savini actually shot his own head off, and it was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like in behind the scenes, yeah.
Maybe that's why he's always in a bad mood when we see him at conventions.
So, interestingly enough, he came to our film school, Savini, because his special effects program was kind of the sister program to our film stuff. But he was doing a screening for the episode of the Creepshow reboot that he directed.
Oh, really?
And they did a Q&A, and somebody asked him what movie he liked working on the least. And he said Maniac, because he said it was just so mean-spirited. He just, like, his heart just wasn't in it, like other things. But
I can understand that.
Yeah.
although I know he's not a fan of his Night of the Living Dead remake either. So.
Nor should he be. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
I think it's pretty good.
I saw it for the first time just recently, and not for me. Not for me.
I think it's pretty good. I don't like the change around of some of what happens to some of the characters, but overall, I thought everybody did a pretty good job with it, and the effects are great.
For whatever reason, he's not super proud of it. But
Yeah, I don't know.
Neither am I.
But this one, man, it's so sleazy and it's grimy and it makes you feel like, there's a lot of films they talk about like old New York, like when New York was like ridden with crime and you don't walk down the street or somebody might knife you and whatever. Like, I guess to some degree that shit was real. And there is some, there are several films that try to capture that old New York, the crime-ridden.
Before the scaffolding went up everywhere.
Yeah. Before
now, New York's just scaffolding now. That's all it is.
Yeah, there was something I saw the other day where somebody got hit by a car in New York, and I was like, "They're going fucking 30 miles an hour. What? That's not. How's that going to hurt you?" Anyway, but yeah, I love Maniac, and the remake is really good. And the music for the remake is really good. And the music for the original is not too bad either.
What's Robert think of the Night of the Living Dead remake? He thinks it's okay.
Not let him shoot the ending the way he wanted to.
I think he probably was held back from doing what he really would have liked to do. But I don't know. I don't want to hate on that film because I know a lot of people like it. And it's not one of the worst films I've ever seen, but I wouldn't remake Night of the Living Dead, especially when you can't really measure up to it. Yeah. The characters were insufferable. I hated the characters and the score. But we're not reviewing that movie. We're looking at the highest grossing films of 1980. Big surprise, The Empire Strikes Back made over twice
all the money
what the second highest grossing film of the year was. So if you take out The Empire Strikes Back, the normal top winners would have been 9 to 5 and Stir Crazy, followed by Airplane and Any Which Way You Can. So comedy, man. After Empire Strikes Back, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comedies. I guess we really needed to laugh back then.
But people were happier back then.
I know I was. I was a happy kid in the 80s. From 6 to 16, I was just peachy keen. It was a wonderful decade. This decade fucking pandered to us. Children were who you marketed to. Kids asked their parents to buy them things, and the parents had the income to buy them. So I don't think any decade since and not before have children had such a little oasis that the 80s were, where everyone gave us what we wanted and we ate that shit up. Now, profitable is almost more important than how much money it makes, because how much was the budget? Like Wicked 2 just came out. It's made a lot of money, but they're not sure it's actually going to turn a profit because they spent so much making it. Friday the 13th, the most profitable film of the year. It cost $650,000 and made almost $40 million, and that's a ratio you just can't beat.
Yeah.
Other most profitable films: The Airplane, The Fog. Horror budgets can be kept pretty small, even though it had some names attached to it. The Blue Lagoon did not cost that much, and I guess it enticed a lot of people, certainly not our viewers, who are in my hate club now. Cheech and Chong was really profitable. Maniac was really profitable. And The Empire Strikes Back, hey, at 10, it made so much, even though it had a really high budget of 23.
But nearly 10 times.
Yeah. It's a gamble.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the best picture, director, and screenplay winners? Do you think the right ones won? You okay with all those?
No.
I'd like to have seen Lynch won instead of Redford. As much as I love Ordinary People, The Elephant Man, I would like to have seen that win director.
Yeah.
Still looking? No?
No, I'm done.
I'm done. And then I would love for John Hurt to have won actor, but he didn't. And I love all those women, so any of them could have won. I would have been happy. Look at that. That's just gangbusters, all those ladies nominated. I bet Joe Pesci was pissed to lose, because I just imagine him being pissed about everything that doesn't go his way. And Judd Hirsch, man, he's good. I wish that he had won an Oscar for something, but I couldn't take that away from Timothy Hutton. And I love Mary Steenburgen, but I also love Eileen Brennan, so I kind of would have liked to have seen her win for Private Benjamin.
So we skipped over The Great Santini, which was apparently a 1980 movie, and I never heard of it.
Oh yeah, it's got Robert Duvall in it.
Oh yeah, and didn't I have Michael O'Keefe in it too?
Yeah.
I think IMDb saying
that
it's a
because it's-
79 movie.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it was nominated for stuff. It was the
Okay.
previous year.
I see.
When we do the 70s, we'll get to that one. But first, we got to get through the 80s. And we just got through 1980. And it only took 4.5 hours. I'm sorry it went long, guys, but I had fun. I think
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
I think I'd like to do this again. We'll have to talk about the right framework for it and all, but I would like to do 1981 in the not too distant future. If you're feeling like you want to come back for that, Arthur.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And definitely if you do 83, and definitely if you do 87 and 88, and probably 84, and all.
There's not a year in the 80s that isn't full of great movies.
No, man. No.
So we've got to do all of them in due time.
I'll
Are
get
we
to
caught
talk
up?
about Reds in 81.
Yeah.
Okay.
Phil, yeah, Popeye made 50 million. I know. That surprised me too. I always heard Popeye was a flop and didn't make money. And then when I looked at the numbers, I imagine it had to do with marketing, how popular Robin Williams was. Everyone must have come out to see that movie because I think it came out around the holidays. So they probably did, and it made all of its money pretty quickly. Because I imagine word of mouth was not very good. But yeah, it was not actually a flop. People just didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely people went to go see it because, I mean, it's a live action Popeye movie and Robin Williams. Like, people knew who Popeye was for sure.
I know I did. Popeye the Sailor Man. The 80s had a knack for dynamic video covers.
Yeah.
No matter how bad the movie was, they often had dynamic cover that sucked you in. Yeah, they knew how to market shit.
But-
They used to make movies just with poster art. Like,
Well,
that's
that's
what got
the
the
thing.
financing.
We also used to do that, though, is that we go to the video store and pick up a movie sight unseen, just like we go to the damn record store and pick up a record or a tape. Like, just because the album cover looked cool, you usually, okay, I'll listen to this and see what it was, you know?
Yep.
Another time, another era. I want Arthur to tell us, Spindlebone.
Spindlebone.
So it's music of a certain
music.
variety.
It's music of a certain variety, definitely of the horror variety. It's kind of spooky, but it's also like you could dance to it, like you might have it in a club, but it's also trance music, so you can like put
I would
on
call
some
it that.
headphones and really, you know, just kind of trance out to it. It's also kind of lo-fi music to where as long as you can handle some crunchy noises, you could just throw it on in the background and study or do, you know, go through your day and be like, oh. And the thing is, once you start listening to Spindlebone, you start hearing it everywhere. Like
Oh,
it's
dear.
little clicks and clacks.
You're still trying to infect the world with yourself, aren't you?
I know that's been my mission since I was born. I think
Yeah.
it's yeah, but
You're a virus.
yeah. So I'm trying to keep it viral, you know. Yeah, trying to keep it like a bit eclectic. I don't know that there is a genre necessarily that Spindlebone totally falls into. And
You're pretty genre defying.
Yeah, I'll be doing some more cinematic type stuff, some more backwoodsy type stuff, so all that stuff. But if you haven't listened to it and you're a drive-in fan, I noticed recently on the last, maybe it was the Devil episode anyway, you played the Corn Dogs commercial.
Yeah.
I have a song on the album called The Haunted Drive-In that is that Corn Dogs commercial, but with my scary ass music behind it. So you should check that out. Haunted Drive-In is the one that I think that you guys would probably enjoy the most just off the bat because it's full of samples from like drive-in ads and old drive-in movies, and so it's meant to give you kind of the experience of going to the drive-in, but like in under an hour in audio format, you know.
Arthur wants to take you places and keep you there with him.
Yeah, the
So
newest
if you
album,
feel like taking a trip,
the newest album, Music for Phantoms, is kind of like a party in a haunted house. There was a concert in a haunted house, and it's not for the living, but you're invited, you know.
and Arthur directed Headless, And
Oh yeah,
Dave and I worked with him on that. It's mostly available on Plex. If you have Plex, you can watch Headless.
you can watch.
There's
pick up one of these cool figures.
Yeah, I've got one of the deal to make those figures was we all had to get one copy. The rights owners anyway. We couldn't give it to everyone because they're really expensive to make. But
Pretty expensive, but
I have one, you have one, and it is kind of a prized possession. It's pretty neat.
I have 3.
But if you've never seen Headless, check it out. It's our old-fashioned slasher movie. We tried to make it like a relic from 1978.
1978.
Available on Plex and some Roku channels, but I don't know how Roku works, so I just tell everybody to go to Plex.
It's up
We'd
there,
like
guys.
it. We'd like it to be on other channels, but it's that kind of movie.
Voted one of the goriest movies of all time. It's up there.
And it has a roller disco scene just like Xanadu.
Roller disco. Xanadu.
I don't know if we pulled it off quite to that level, but we tried.
We did great with what we had.
We did great with what we had. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you enjoyed this big show on 1980, I would say stay tuned because I have a feeling we'll be doing 1981 in the not too distant future, and I have a feeling Arthur will be back as a guest host on some future shows.
We might even bring Wolf Baby around. Who knows?
Maybe. And
What do you think
maybe
about
we'll
that,
get
Dave?
maybe we'll get Ben to come on camera or change his ugly avatar.
Ooh.
I think with the opinions I shared today, you understand why I don't show my face, Scott.
You could be a puppet, wear a mask, do something, you know.
But Scott shows his face, and he doesn't like John Cusack. So
No, I didn't want to show my face, but Ellie Church told me I had to.
yeah,
She was right.
Yeah, I think people
Bring
think-
Wasco to the show.
Oh, I don't know.
That can be done, but should it be done? That's another question.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
We're going to exit the show at this point, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to thank you. I can already tell this has been our most watched show, and it's also been the one with by far the most engagement in the chat. So if you commented in our chat room, I sincerely thank you. That really warms my heart. I like to see people care enough to want to say something about the movies that we're all talking about and sharing our memories about. And we'll be back again next Sunday at 6:30 Eastern with another show of the Cinema Century. And we're going to end with our credits, but stay tuned because right after our short credits, we're also playing the music video for Arthur and Spindlebone's latest music video, Coffin Surfing.